The following is a special presentation of Major League Baseball International. Chicago and Cleveland, two blue-collar cities separated by only 300 miles. Two cities that love their baseball, and two long-suffering fan bases desperately seeking a World Series title. 108 years for the Cubs and 68 for the Indians. One of these storied franchises will see their dreams become reality when this fall classic concludes. Once again facing elimination, the Chicago offense exploded in Game 6, tallying 7 runs through the first 3 innings. Addison Russell provided the exclamation point, launching the first fall classic grand slam since 2005. Kyle Hendricks takes the ball for the Cubs, seeking another series-clinching victory. And this one could end over 100 years of frustration on the north side. Once in firm control of the series, Terry Francona and the Indians are now searching for answers as they enter this winner-take-all contest. The Tribe turns once again to Corey Kluber as he looks to become the first pitcher to notch 3 wins in a single World Series since Randy Johnson in 2001. History will be made at Progressive Field tonight. Game 7 of the 2016 World Series is next. There is nothing like a winner-take-all Game 7 atmosphere in Major League Baseball. A crazed crowd on hand tonight for what is perhaps the highest ticket price of a generation, where prices on the secondary market have been reported upwardly as high as $20,000 per seat. Welcome to MLB International's special presentation of the 2016 World Series from Progressive Field in Cleveland tonight. The decisive winner-take-all Game 7 between the Chicago Cubs and the Cleveland Indians. No atmosphere like Game 7 indeed, with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian. Spring training open for pitchers and catchers back in mid-February. Here we are in November. One of these teams is 9 innings away from the Commissioner's Trophy.
Matt, we're in for a real thrill tonight. I think it's a perfect night for baseball. You couldn't ask for a better night. I don't care if it's November. It's perfect, and I think it's going to be great for these two evenly matched teams to really go head-to-head. It's been a terrific series. The Cubs have scored 20 runs in 6 games. The Indians have scored 19. You can't get any closer than that.
Cubs have some recent momentum on their side after their Game 6 win yesterday, and it was a decisive victory indeed. They grabbed an early lead in the first. Chris Bryant delivered it, a home run that made it 1-0 Chicago. And the Cubs would add 2 more on a misplay in right center. A ball credited as a 2-run double for Addison Russell made it 3-0 Chicago. The Cubs would add on more, and it would come in their half of the third. Their number 5 hitter, a guy who's batted all over in the lineup in this World Series, the All-Star shortstop Addison Russell, with a career night, a World Series record tying 6 RBIs after his Grand Slam home run. That made it a 6-0 ball game. In the 7th inning, Aroldis Chapman came out early for a 2nd straight game. A scary moment for the Cubs here, as not only did this play have to be reviewed, Chapman ended up limping off the field. He would be okay after hobbling off on his ankle. The out was recorded. Chapman was fine, and so were the Cubs as they extend their shelf life with a 9-3 win last night.
Well, a lot happened in this game, as you can see, and Addison Russell, the shortstop, 2nd youngest player all time to hit a grand slam. Only Mickey Mantle was younger. They had a World Series grand slam. The middle of the order did most of the damage, and the rest of the lineup didn't have to do too much. They were just 2 for 20, but it didn't matter. The Indians didn't muster much against Jake Arrieta in the bullpen. They hit under 200, 12 for 63. And how about Aroldis Chapman? This is the big question tonight. Chapman came in again in the 7th inning, 2nd consecutive game he's done that. 62 pitches in the last 3 days. How effective can he be tonight? That's the big question.
The Cubs stayed alive with a victory in Chicago on Sunday. That was Game 4. They stay alive with a victory last night in Game 5, last night in Game 6. And what they're trying to do is erase a 3-1 deficit and become just the 6th team to win a World Series, having been faced with that kind of deficit.
And the 1979 Pirates are the last team to win Game 6 and 7 on the road, and that's what the Cubs are trying to accomplish here tonight in Cleveland.
Let's talk about the starting pitching matchup for Game 7. Corey Kluber has been very familiar foe to the Cubs this World Series. He'll make his third start in the series here tonight, and the reigning Major League ERA leader Kyle Hendricks gets the ball again for Chicago.
Yeah, this is one of the best pitching matchups we've seen in Game 7 over the last several seasons. Corey Kluber was terrific in Game 1. And then Kyle Hendricks pitched in Game 3 and had that changeup really working. The question now is, how good can Kluber be a third time facing the same lineup? Hendricks has been the master of the strike zone, down and away. Changeup is always effective for him, so it's going to be a terrific matchup. This is as good as Schilling and Clemens in 2001 and Morris and Smoltz in 1991. It's absolutely a great matchup. Look at what they have done in this postseason. Kyle Hendricks 1-1 with a very good ERA, but even Corey Kluber pitching better than that. That's the lowest ERA through the first 5 postseason starts in history. He has absolutely dominated the hitters throughout this postseason.
Yeah, Corey Kluber has not allowed a run in the postseason at home. The last 3 pitchers to make 3 starts in a single World Series. This is the stuff of legends. Jack Morris in '91, Schilling in '01, Chris Carpenter of the Cardinals most recently. And Corey Kluber would like to add his name to this list in a couple of ways. He's going to make the start, but all 3 of those guys won, their teams won rather, the World Series, and that's what Kluber and the Indians are looking for tonight behind their 2014 Cy Young Award winner. He'll put his name in the company of legends with a big start tonight.
No question about it, and Kyle Hendricks is trying to win on the road and really cap off a terrific season. He led the majors with a .213 earned run average, and you can bet this is going to be a terrific pitching duel tonight.
Just getting started. Much more of our coverage in advance of this winner-take-all Game 7 from Cleveland. Next. Well, whether you're inside the ballpark at Progressive Field or just on the periphery, as many of those fans are, nobody's going anywhere for a while. The atmosphere here befitting of the moment. Game 7, winner take all. One of these 2 teams will end a historic World Series drought and raise the Commissioner's Trophy. There are so many great storylines in this one, starting pitching among them, but the 2 big weapons in the bullpen have gotten a lot of attention the last 9 days, Buck, and for good reason. Andrew Miller and Aroldis Chapman both have a chance to finish the series with the most pitches thrown out of a bullpen in a single fall classic that since pitch counts were reliably tracked back in 1988. They've played a big role in the series already, and it's a guessing game as to when we'll see them tonight. We do know this. We will see them tonight at some point.
We sure will, and according to Terry Francona, we might see Aroldis Chapman early on. He believes that they're going to go ahead and use him whenever they can, but both Miller and Chapman are terrific in their ability to neutralize the opposing lineups. Chapman does it with a triple-digit fastball. Miller does it with a wipeout slider. And Miller, it doesn't make any difference to either one of these hitters. Righties, lefties, they treat them all the same. And you know what? Don't forget about Andrew Miller's fastball. It'll be 95 miles an hour as well. But these 2 guys are what they call shutdown relievers when you look at what they've done in this World Series. Chapman has thrown 6 in the 3rd. Miller has thrown 5 in the 3rd, but Chapman threw 20 pitches in last night's game, while Miller hasn't pitched since Saturday, and in my mind, that's a big advantage for Cleveland.
Yeah, Miller hasn't pitched in games 5 or 6, and the last time he went 2 consecutive games without pitching was back in the regular season at the end of September. So Miller fresh, ready to go. Chapman with big pitch counts, a little more work than he's usual, separated by an off day. All the storylines are set. We are ready to hunker down for what should be a classic in Game 7. We're back with lineups and the opening pitch from Cleveland. Next. Back with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian, all set for Game 7 tonight as lineup cards a moment ago were exchanged. And for the Chicago Cubs, the honor was handed down to catcher David Ross, who has been such an instrumental part of this Cubs turnaround the past couple of years. This will be David Ross's final game in the big leagues. He's retiring at season's end, and he took the lineup card to home plate tonight.
What a tremendous tribute for a very good player and a great character person. David Ross gets that honor from his manager. Joe Madden, and you can bet there's a lump in his throat right now thinking about this being his final big league game. How about that? 15-year career. It ends in Game 7 of the World Series.
Corey Kluber getting ready to go to work against a different opponent in Game 7. In fact, this is the first 7-game World Series since 1979 in which no pair of pitchers opposed each other more than once. It's amazing when you consider that Kluber is making his 3rd World Series start, and he has drawn 3 different Chicago opponents on each occasion. Here come the Indians. Led by their pitching hero, Corey Kluber. This is the way they attack the Cubs tonight, and here's how Joe Madden counters with Chicago's lineup. Fowler, Schwarber, and Bryant off the top. Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, and one of last night's heroes, Addison Russell, in the middle of the lineup. Wilson Contreras gets the start at catcher. Jason Hayward and Javi Baez, and Joe Madden not changing a single thing from his successful Game 6 lineup a night ago. Well, Corey Kluber, as we mentioned, has started games 1, 4, and now 7. He has been fantastic this World Series, putting together eerily similar lines in each of his 2 first World Series starts.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting tonight how the Cubs hitters approach Corey Kluber in Game 1. He was very aggressive with the fastball, first pitch of it at bat, and he had terrific movement on that 2-seam fastball. The second time he faced him in Game 4, the Cubs were very aggressive on the first pitch. They swung at a lot of first pitches in that second game. But Corey Kluber has still handled them very effectively. Just 1 walk and 12 strikeouts in his 12 innings of work against Chicago in this World Series.
Game 4 number 6 innings, 1 run, 6 strikeouts in a 7-2 win. And again, almost an identical line as to the series opener all the way back here last Tuesday. It feels like it was a month ago when these 2 teams got together for Game 1. Kluber was one of the stars along with his catcher Perez, the starting battery for the Tribe tonight.
Well, it's interesting. The Cubs have always fared well when facing a pitcher for the 3rd time this season. They have done it 17 times this season where they faced a pitcher 3 or more times. And their team batting average in that 3rd start, .313, and they've averaged almost 6 runs a game in those 17 games. It's going to be a real challenge for Corey Kluber to cool off the red-hot bats.
Yeah, here are the cumulative numbers that you talk about there, Buck. A .313 average when the Cubs get to see a guy for a 3rd time in a season, and in this case, they're seeing Corey Kluber for the 3rd time in a week and a half. Dexter Fowler, Kyle Schwarber, and Chris Bryant for Chicago. And Game 7 is underway.
Dexter Fowler checking with the home plate umpire Sam Holbrook just to see if that was the bottom of his strike zone. A low sinker for strike 1.
Fowler was hitless yesterday, 4 for 25 in World Series play so far. A ball and a strike from Kluber. Strike 1 is a big deal in baseball. It's a bigger deal in Game 7 of a World Series, and perhaps a little bigger still for Corey Kluber. He has started 70% of the batters he's faced in the World Series with strike 1. That's higher than his season number, 2 balls and a strike.
This is the 3rd time this postseason that Corey Kluber's pitching on 3 days rest. First time he's done that in his career.
2-1 to Fowler, swung on a fly ball, well hit out to center field. Rajai Davis feeling for the wall, leaping, and it's gone! Oh my! Dexter Fowler has just equaled the damage against Corey Kluber in one plate appearance as to his first 2 starts in this World Series.
Chris Bryant homered in the first inning in last night's game, and Dexter Fowler connects in the first at bat of the ball game.
And now Kyle Schwarber. And if you closed your eyes for a moment and thought this game was being played at Wrigley Field, it's for good reason, because there are a lot of Cub fans here and they're making a lot of noise on the road tonight.
Another fastball, and it's out over the plate. Not a lot of late movement on that fastball, and Dexter Fowler really squares it up. He got the barrel out in front and hit it in the sweet spot. Rajai Davis just ran out of room.
There have been 38 Game 7s in World Series history. There had never been a Game 7 open with a home run until Dexter Fowler stood in here tonight.
Cubs hit 3 homers in the game last night, and we talked about the conditions. They are absolutely perfect.
It's a ball and 2 strikes on Kyle Schwarber. That one's put in play. Going to be a tough chance. The bare hand by Lindor is not in time. Bad knee and all, and Kyle Schwarber, for good measure, gives his left leg a kick. He's aboard on an infield single.
Well, the Indians were playing in the shift, and Lindor, a do-or-die desperation play. The only thing he could do is barehanded throw quickly to first. Schwarber, wearing that heavy knee brace on that surgically repaired left knee, really extends down that line and beats it out for an infield hit. Joe Madden made a point of putting him in the 2 spot in games 6 and 7, and it's had a big impact in his ability to get pitches to hit.
I guarantee you Kyle Schwarber's not thinking about his knee. Not in Game 7 tonight. Put a road back. Here's Chris Bryant now. Bryant homered yesterday, part of a 4-for-5 Game 6. He had entered Game 6 just 2 for 17. But he keyed a middle of the lineup attack yesterday that did all the heavy lifting against Josh Tomlin and company. Schwarber not a threat to run. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. It's 0-2 to Chris Bryant.
Well, now we're going to watch Corey Kluber kind of change up his game plan. Fowler hit a fastball. Bryant is vulnerable to that sweeping breaking ball, and you can bet Corey Kluber is going to try to finish off this at bat with another breaking ball.
The 0-2 to Bryant. I think he fooled everybody there. That fastball might have missed a little bit high. Corey Kluber gave up 22 home runs during the regular season. As you take a look at the success that teams to score first have had in Game 7s. The 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
Well, with that note in mind, we have our meeting with the managers before the game, and both managers told us the #1 goal for their respective teams: score first. Trying to keep those bullpens down in their spots away from the mound here.
This part of the lineup has really heated up for Chicago as of last night. Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo started out the World Series as cold as we've seen them all year. And it's a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Corey Kluber's not sharp. He doesn't have that dramatic movement on his fastball. He got underneath that breaking ball. He was very fortunate that ball was too high for Bryant. That was a hanger.
The 3-2. And Bryant lifts a drive out to right center field. Another ball well hit. Chisenhall demonstrative tonight about calling for the ball. That was a big issue yesterday with Tyler Naquin starting in center. And that's the first out of the ball game.
Yeah, and that ball went a long way. Rajai Davis is starting in center in place of Naquin. He's a veteran, and he certainly will help Lonnie Chisenhall out there in right field. But Chisenhall and Naquin had their problems in the outfield in last night's game. So Terry Francona decided to keep Naquin on the bench for the time being and use the veteran Davis in center.
So now Anthony Rizzo, like his co-MVP candidate Chris Bryant before him, a big night in Game 6, 3 for 5 with a home run. Rizzo had much more success against Corey Kluber the second time he faced him in this series. 0 for 3 in Game 1, but in Game 4, a double, an RBI single, and hit by a pitch.
Well, the Cubs had their scouting report from Kluber's outings in the championship series against Toronto and against the Blue Jays with all those right-handed bats. He threw a lot of breaking balls. But in Game 1 against the Cubs, he used his fastball very effectively, and it kind of fooled him.
Rizzo sends a slicing drive out to center. Davis is under it for out number 2. So 2 gone with Schwarber still aboard. And now Ben Zobrist.
He's turned his fortunes around in this World Series. 9 for 23. He was 2 for 4 in last night's game. Single in each of his first 2 at-bats and came around to score both times.
Runner goes, nobody paying any attention to Schwarber. The last thing the Indians were looking for on the surgically repaired knee was for Schwarber to run. And he's able to get into second base without a throw.
And you saw Lindor come over and acknowledge that knee brace, but somebody's got to be hollering at Kluber, step off, but obviously he didn't hear anybody. And Schwarber has a stolen base.
0-1 to Zobrist, who was 1 for 5 against Kluber in World Series play. And it's a ball and a strike now.
Look at Lindor coming over from shortstop saying, hey man, I thought you were hurt. What's going on with the stolen base? That's the last thing we expected to say about Kyle Schwarber in this World Series.
Zobrist wisely not swinging and giving that bag up. A ball and a strike to count to the switch hitting all-star left fielder. Zobrist is jammed. He hits a pop into right. Nothing further after the leadoff home run. But for the first time in Game 7 history, the night opens with a homer. Dexter Fowler's first of the World Series makes it 1-0 Chicago. Off to a flying start after the Dexter Fowler leadoff home run. The Cubs take a 1-0 lead to the bottom of the first inning. Here's how Terry Francona lines up his Indians for Game 7. Carlos Santana, Jason Kipnis, and Francisco Lindor off the top. Kipnis was a one-man band yesterday, 3 for 5 with a home run. He's been hot. Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, Lonnie Chisenhall 4 through 6. Rajai Davis bats 7th tonight playing center field. Coco Crisp, the switch hitter, makes a start in left, and Roberto Perez rounds out the lineup behind the plate. All taking swings against the 26-year-old ERA leader in Major League Baseball, Kyle Hendricks.
See what he did in Game 3, 4 1/3, no runs, and the Indians had a couple of hits in the first inning against Kyle Hendricks, but he was able to pick off Francisco Lindor and then strike out Mike Napoli to end that first inning. This will be his 5th postseason start. He pitched a clincher in the championship series Game 6 against the Dodgers.
Hendricks went on to say that was the best start of his career, and one could hardly argue as he neutralized the Dodgers from the word go. Carlos Santana ready to start things for the Tribe. There's a shot out to right, handled by Hayward.
Well, Santana hits it hard. Jason Hayward, starting for the 4th straight game here in this World Series, made a couple of good defensive plays last night. Made a diving catch on Jose Ramirez's sinking liner and then threw out Roberto Perez at second. This ball was hit so hard it looks like it's knuckling to the right fielder. Hayward makes a shoulder-high catch for the first out of the inning.
So now Jason Kipnis, again, 2 home runs in this World Series after 3 for 5 with a homer yesterday, and Hendricks starts him with a fastball for a strike. Offering at the first pitch has not been very productive for Cleveland hitters the last 3 nights. The Indians are just 1 for 9 when they've put the first pitch in play over the last 3 games. And last night, 5 of their 6 hits came after the count went to 1-0. So we talk a lot about the Cubs' young lineup being impatient early in this series. It seems that shifted a bit with the Cubs winning the last 2.
Well, I think what happened was Jake Arrieta was around the plate more consistently at the start of the game, so they were aware, you better be ready.
1 ball and 2 strikes to the 2-time All-Star. Arrieta was fantastic again last night. And a swing and a miss on a fine changeup by Kyle Hendricks.
Well, that's the calling card for Kyle Hendricks. He rarely throws a fastball over 90 miles an hour, but he's got great command with it, and then he uses the changeup to polish off at bats. Terrific arm action and a sinking movement on that changeup down and away to strike out Kipnis.
Opponent's average by count against Hendricks, and after you give him strike 1, he gets real tough. So that 300 batting average may be something to keep an eye on first pitches tonight as Francisco Lindor takes the first offering. Lindor had a couple of singles against Hendricks in Game 3 at Wrigley Field. He was held hitless last night. Wrapped to second base. Baez to his right, and a bad throw. Rizzo can't finish. The Indians have a 2-out base runner.
See, Baez blaming himself for that bad throw. He slipped a bit as he was right on the edge of the outfield grass. Now he's doing a little repair work. He lost his footing and couldn't get to his feet, so he tried to make the throw from his knees, and it wasn't very accurate. Watch where he's positioned when he makes this play, right at the edge of the grass, and his right foot slipped as he was trying to stand up, and he stayed on his knees, made a bad throw. Baez made 2 errors in the championship series. Rizzo is as good as anybody at digging out balls in the dirt, but he couldn't help out Baez on that throw.
So now Mike Napoli. Napoli was 1 for 4 yesterday. He had an RBI single but struck out in his other 3 plate appearances. The only position player on both rosters with Game 7 experience as time is taken for Lindor to kick around some dirt and get the track right off of first base. Napoli shatters his bat. Couple of bounces for Russell. He'll go the short way to force Lindor. Nothing comes of the 2-out error. We played an inning in Game 7 tonight. The Cubs on top 1-0. Welcome back to Cleveland. The umpiring crew tonight. The crew chief John Hirschbeck is at second base. Joe West is in right field. He had the plate last night. And Sam Holbrook gets the plate tonight. He had previously been behind home plate for a World Series game in Game 2 of the 2010 Fall Classic between the Giants and Rangers, and was out there calling balls and strikes, mostly strikes, on behalf of Matt Cain, who shut down the Rangers 9-0 that night.
Yeah, Sam Holbrook is not here to start this series. Larry Vanover was the home plate umpire in Game 1 for Corey Kluber, so they just have 7 different umpires, so no one calls 2 games in a World Series.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Corey Kluber for the Indians in Game 2 tonight, Buck.
Different outfield alignment with Coco, Chris, Rajai Davis, and Chisenhall in the outfield. Ramirez, Lindor, Kipnis, and Napoli, same infield we've seen throughout this World Series. And Roberto Perez has caught all 7 of these games and catching Corey Kluber for the 3rd time in this series.
Addison Russell leads things off for Chicago. Russell, Contreras, and Hayward for the Cubs. The home run by Dexter Fowler comes as folks were settling into their seats, as they say. Though that might not apply in Game 7 because everybody was here plenty early tonight.
Yes, they were. They were lined up well early in the afternoon.
First run allowed by Corey Kluber this postseason at home.
It was also the first leadoff home run he's allowed since August of 2015. Cole Calhoun of the Angels hit the last leadoff home run before the Fowler home run in the first.
2 balls and a strike to Addison Russell. A historic night yesterday for Russell with the grand slam and the 2-run double, 6 RBIs, tying a Major League RBI record in a single World Series game. Gets under this ball and pops it onto the left side of the infield for Lindor.
Two very talented, very young impact players at shortstop in this World Series, Lindor and Russell. Baseball's in good hands with young stars all over the diamond in both leagues.
So 1 away here in the top of the 2nd. That brings in the catcher Wilson Contreras, who did not start in Game 1 against Kluber, but did start in Game 4 and didn't really enjoy the experience. He was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's had a tough time laying off breaking balls, and the Indians pitchers have just continued to throw it further and further away to the outside part of the plate.
Just 1 for 17 in World Series play. This one sliced into right. Chisenhall on the line to make the catch. So 2 gone, bases empty now for Jason Hayward, who, like Contreras before him, did not start Game 1, but did start Game 4 against Kluber and had a couple of singles on his line that night.
Yeah, for some reason they tried to throw him backdoor breaking balls and that allowed him to get the bat out. He's had trouble turning on fastballs inside. Let's see how Kluber attacks him here tonight.
There's a fastball, broken bat pop for Lindor, and a very quick bounce back inning for Corey Kluber. A total of 7 pitches to keep the score 1-0 Chicago. I don't know what it was like to party like it was 1948, and certainly nobody I know remembers what it was like to party when it was 1908. The 2 numbers in play here. No World Series for Chicago since 1908. For the Indians, a stretch that dates back to 1948. One of those historic streaks goes away tonight. A 1-0 lead for the Cubs. Let's take a look at the defense behind Kyle Hendricks while we have a moment here in the 2nd.
Well, the defense for Chicago, they have really played well throughout this World Series, despite the fact they've committed some errors. They've got good range in the outfield. Zobrist, Fowler, and Jason Hayward, a terrific right fielder. Up the middle, it's Russell and Byers. At the corners, it's Bryan and Rizzo. And behind the plate, Wilson Contreras catching Kyle Hendricks tonight.
Jose Ramirez leads things off against Kyle Hendricks in the 2nd. Ramirez, Chisenhall, and Davis for the Indians. The switch hitting third baseman, 1 for 4 yesterday. He has homered in the series. Takes a strike, 1-1.
Ramirez had 2 of the 6 hits surrendered by Hendricks in Game 3. It's a good matchup for Ramirez. He's a low ball hitter, and that's where Hendricks likes to work. That's why I throw him a rare breaking ball. Fastball, changeup down. That's where Ramirez does most of his damage.
2 balls and a strike. At 5'9", 180, Jose Ramirez is part of a growing class of diminutive major league players to really open eyes the last couple of years. Jose Altuve, Mookie Betts,
Dustin Pedroia,
kind of the grandfather of that group. Full count now, 3-2.
Devin Travis of the Blue Jays, also one of those smaller impact offensive players.
The payoff pitch home. Back up the box, off Hendricks. Barehanding attempt by Russell, but not in time to get it done as it squirts through, and it's an infield single for Ramirez.
Ramirez, one of 2 300 hitters in this Indians lineup, and he really hasn't gotten it going with the bat just yet. Ramirez, of course, hit a home run in Game 5. Got off John Lester as a right-handed hitter. This is a bullet off the leg of Hendricks. Had that ball gotten past the pitcher, Addison Russell was in perfect position to make the play. They had him scouted perfectly. Russell was shaded up the middle, but the deflection takes the steam out of that ground ball, and it's a desperation play that Russell couldn't make.
Leadoff hitter aboard now for Lonnie Chisenhall, who's had a rough go of it in the World Series. Chisenhall just 1 for 14 at the plate, and with some regrettable moments defensively in right field.
He had some bad throws here in the first 2 games here in Cleveland, and then had that misplay in right field at Wrigley. And then last night he and Tyler Naquin had their problems all night long early in the game.
A ball and a strike to count to Lonnie Chisenhall. Keep your eyes on Ramirez here. He likes to run. He was thrown out only once during the regular season, 22 of 23 as a base stealer. Hendricks is aware of him.
Hendricks has a good pickoff move. Remember, we told you he picked off Francisco Lindor in his start at Wrigley Field.
A big part of the Indians' success during the regular season, their base running ability that has not really played a Got him! On cue, get ready to say that hasn't played a big role in this series, and Ramirez is picked off.
Well, he got Lindor in Wrigley Field, and here Ramirez never got set. He was moving when Hendricks came to first. Watch how he tries to get his lead, and he's moving towards second. Quick tag by Rizzo. He slaps it on the shoulder of Ramirez, and he is out. Rizzo playing off the bag to have more range in his tag, and he does it perfectly. He got a good throw from Hendricks, and they pick off Ramirez.
And Chisenhall fights off a base hit into left. Man, that's got to sting. You know, it's not like Kyle Hendricks' move was a secret. He had picked off 3 base runners in the postseason, 3 during the regular season.
Well, in his start, and there are the numbers, but in his start in Game 3, he gave up a single to Kipnis and then a single to Lindor with just 1 out. It looked like the Indians were going to put something together in the first, but then he picked off Lindor. It took a replay review to confirm that he was picked off, and then he struck out Napoli, and they got out of that first inning.
Here's Rajai Davis now. Back-to-back singles, but there's 1 out and only 1 man aboard. Davis jammed, rolls it to Bryant, relay to first in time to get the best speed on the field. Wow. An inning that started out with so much promise for Cleveland goes away quickly. We play 2 complete tonight in Game 7. The Cubs still on top 1-0. Welcome back to Major League Baseball International special presentation of the 2016 World Series here at Game 7 with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian, and the scene outside Progressive Field, dare I say, is more crowded than inside the ballpark itself. What a wonderful atmosphere. And so far a 1-0 lead for the visiting Chicago Cubs.
Jose Ramirez got picked off, and you want to think there's no pressure in the World Series. Everybody talks about it being a normal game. It doesn't look like it to me when you look at Ramirez on the bench after being picked off. Everybody knows mistakes are going to be huge, and they're magnified obviously in the final game of the season.
Well, Ramirez and the Indians back to work defensively here for the top half of the third. Javier Baez will lead it off, and look what we have here. Andrew Miller up early in the third. Terry Francona told us before the game Miller would be next.
And he said whenever Miller gets up and starts to loosen up and starts that cow drill, that's when I really kind of get comfortable. So Miller knows it could be an early call.
Corey Kluber has settled down since the shaky start. He's retired 6 in a row as he goes to work on Javier Baez. Starts him with a breaking ball that stayed up a little bit, fouled away, 0-1. Baez just 4 for 25 in the World Series, and note that strikeout figure, 11 of them. We talked about how the plan against Baez has been finish him with curveballs, and it's worked. In half of his at-bats, the final pitch has been a curveball, and in half of those, it's resulted in a strikeout.
Yeah, he's a young hitter that had a terrific start to his postseason. NLDS and NLC is hitting over 340, but it's been a different story here in the World Series.
There's a ball well hit to left. Crisp is there at the track to make the catch. And that's 7 in a row retired by Kluber.
This is exactly the same way Kluber started game 1 against the Blue Jays in the League Championship Series. He gave up a single to Donaldson and a double to Encarnacion, second and third, 1 out, but was able to get out of it, and the Blue Jays never mustered another scoring opportunity against Kluber as he pitched into the 7th.
All 7 of the consecutive outs have been recorded in the air. A couple of ex-Red Sox teammates visiting there. Dexter Fowler on the first pitch, lines to Chisenhall. The outs are all coming in the air and quickly here against Kluber. He had a 7-pitch second, and so far just a handful of pitches for 2 outs in the third.
Fowler hitting the ball hard in both of his 2 plate appearances against Kluber.
And now the dangerous Kyle Schwarber. He singled in the first.
This is a concern if I'm Terry Francona. I know he's on a streak right here, but Kluber needs to get a few balls on the ground. He doesn't have that good sinking action on his fastball, that 2-seamer, his bread and butter. And a few too many pitches up in the zone. It's a powerful lineup, and the conditions right now are conducive to those fly balls going a long way.
A rare first pitch miss. 8 of his 11 first pitches have been strikes tonight. Schwarber lines into the corner. Chisenhall gets to it quickly. Throw into second is in time to get him. A redeeming defensive moment for Lonnie Chisenhall. And perhaps a momentum shifter here in Cleveland.
Chisenhall's got a terrific arm, and he plays this perfectly off the wall in right. And look at the tag by Lindor. Just dives right into the base runner to secure the final out of the inning.
To the bottom half of the third. Still 1-0 Chicago.
Well, we have highlighted Lonnie Chisenhall and his misplays here in this World Series, and now we're going to highlight a good play. With 2 outs, Kyle Schwarber drills the ball up against the wall, and watch him run around first base. He took a little misstep, and remember, he's playing on that surgically repaired left knee. He's wearing a very heavy, bulky knee brace. Chisenhall, a former third baseman, has a strong arm, and Lindor just drives into Schwarber to make sure he tags him out. Lindor with a very aggressive tag for the final out of the inning.
Cleveland has 8-9 the top of the order against Kyle Hendricks here in the third. Coco Crisp, Roberto Perez, and Carlos Santana. 1-0 Cubs on the Dexter Fowler leadoff home run tonight. Crisp was 0 for 1 with a base on balls last night. 0 for 3 against Hendricks in Game 3 at Wrigley Field. Coco celebrated a birthday yesterday. Would have loved to celebrate it with a World Series win. Lined into the opposite corner and slicing away from Zobrist. Crisp has great speed. He's going to get into second with a leadoff double.
Coco Crisp staying on that pitch, down and away. The veteran not trying to do too much with it. Just slapped it inside the bag at third, all the way down the line in left field. That's a terrific pitch. You try to pull it, you're going to roll over and hit a weak grounder, but Coco stays on it. Zobrist played the carom very well, but Crisp runs too well, slides in safely with a leadoff double. Perfect stroke from Coco Crisp on a tough pitch.
The corners will come in now for Roberto Perez, who will give up the bunt. First pitch misses the corner. It's a ball and no strikes.
Well, the Cubs are very aggressive on their bunt defense, and Mike Sarbaugh, the third base coach, coming down now, is going to deliver the message personally. And you've got to give him the opportunity to swing the bat. Whenever that first baseman crashes and he's that close to you. Remember, Perez hit a double down the right field line in the game last night. Well, it was supposed to be a double, but he was thrown out. He's got 5 sacrifice bunts, but when Rizzo starts out right where he is, for me, you've got to turn the hitter loose. Let Perez try to hit one past him.
Look, they'll get as aggressive as to have Anthony Rizzo cross between pitcher and catcher right after the pitch is thrown. We'll see how they play it here. There he goes, and Perez gets the bunt down. A perfect bunt. I mean, the Cubs couldn't have played it any better, but there was nothing they could do with the perfect bunt by Roberto Perez.
Boy, he did it perfectly. You're right. And Joe Maddon set up the defense very aggressively, but Perez bunted it toward the third base foul line. Rizzo has a long way to go to make the play. He knows Crisp runs well going from second to third, so he didn't even take a shot at third. Great job by the catcher, Roberto Perez, to bunt it very well down the third base line. You can see Rizzo was breaking as Hendricks was delivering the pitch, but Perez delivers the sack.
Now Carlos Santana. He delivered 5 sac flies during the regular season. Throw into third, and Crisp is a veteran base runner, not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe tonight.
Boy, this is a very unusual setup with the infield drawn in, but there are 3 infielders on the right side of the diamond. And look at the gaping hole between second and third for Santana.
Santana into right, and this game is tied. As bad as the Indians looked fundamentally last night on both sides of the scorecard, This has been a perfectly executed rally in the third. Double sacrifice RBI knock. And here's their hottest hitter now, Jason Kipnis.
Now Santana got a curveball and picks up just his 4th RBI of the postseason. He hit the ball hard his first time up, and he's waiting on this breaking ball perfectly.
Well, 1-1 to Kipnis, and he indicates that he'd love to have that pitch one more time.
Kipnis has done a good job of driving the ball to the opposite field, including an opposite field home run. He has really spread out the outfield defense very effectively with his approach at the plate. The defense expecting the ball to be pulled on the ground, but Santana gets the curveball and hits it over Rizzo into right.
2 balls and a strike to Jason Kipnis. It gets you to thinking about how long the leash will be on Kyle Hendricks tonight. He made it past the 6th inning just once in his last 7 outings. Again, that's another pitch that Kipnis is right on. He fouls it away. 2-2 now.
Yeah, and Hendricks is a little bit up, and here are the numbers that you were talking about, Matt. Over his last 7 starts, just 37 2/3 innings. Only 1 start beyond the 6th. Both managers going to have a short leash tonight, and the Cubs look like they're starting to stir in their bullpen.
A run in with 1 away, a runner at first, the 2-2 to Kipnis. A chopper to shortstop. Took a bad hop. Russell stayed with it. To Baez, they get the out there. And it looks like that's going to be reviewed.
Terry Francona out onto the warning track to make sure they have a chance to look at the review, and he's going to ask for it. John Hirschbeck, the crew chief, called the runner Santana out on the force at second. Baez tried to grab it barehanded and dropped it. So how can you say he had possession of it? He wasn't going into his glove to get it out of his glove. He flat out dropped it.
The call on the field was out, even though the visual of it confirms what you say, Buck. I'm going to have a hard time believing that this won't be overturned.
I mean, there's not even a hint of a catch or control. Look at Baez. He never had a grip on it at all. I don't see how this call on the field can stand up.
I'm telling you, you hope for moments like this to never happen in a winner-take-all game where it's an officiating decision. But this one looks clear, Buck. As you mentioned, he never had possession of that baseball. I was surprised that the out call was even made.
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly a ball that he never had control of. The reason it was a tough play is because the ball hit the lip of the grass on Russell, and it stayed down, and that took him off balance. He had to really make a good play just to get the ball toward Baez, and then Baez's timing was off a bit. The umpire's now getting the decision from New York.
And the runner is safe. The call's overturned. And Baez and Santana are carrying on like they're in their own world over there. Everybody else responded to it.
Take a look at this ground ball. It hits the lip of the grass and then stays down, and that really fooled Russell. That messed up the timing at second, and Baez had to try to grab it with his bare hand. Russell's an exceptional athlete, and most people would have flat out missed that.
Well, Baez was still thinking about a double play there too, instead of just using the glove to catch that and secure the 1 out. It's going to go down as an E4. The error hung on Baez. First and second with 1 away for Francisco Lindor. And again, Lindor had a couple of singles against Hendricks in game 3.
In a game like this, you're not going to get too many scoring opportunities, so you better cash them in when they present themselves. And they've got the right man at the plate in Lindor.
And it's 2 balls and no strikes. And there is activity in the Chicago bullpen.
Perez with a terrific sacrifice bunt after the leadoff double by Crisp.
Here comes Cubs pitching coach Chris Bosio. Carl Edwards Jr. and Mike Montgomery are up. They've really been the only two true relievers that Joe Maddon has trusted down the stretch.
Well, these two relievers are up in case they need somebody to get out of this inning. There's only one out in the inning, and that's why Bosio came to the mound, the pitching coach, to give these two relievers extra time to get loose. Remember, John Lester is down in the Cubs bullpen, and he will pitch, but they would like to be able to start him with a clean inning. That's why Madden's got two relievers up, should he need somebody to come out and bail out Hendricks here in this third inning.
The 2-0. 3 balls and no strikes to Lindor.
Wow. How about that? Terry Francona giving Lindor the green light. A young shortstop, 3-0 count. He's swinging the bat so well. He says, go ahead. He got a pitch to foul back. It was moving down and away. Francona really trusts his young shortstop.
And Lindor sends it into the opposite field. Zobrist is out there, stumbled for a moment, but recovers to make the catch. There has been some loud contact against Kyle Hendricks here in the third. 2 away now.
Watch Ben Zobrist, the left fielder. His footing is shaky right there as he tried to change direction. His right foot slipped a bit, but he's able to stay on his feet and makes the catch. This game's going to wear us out.
Yeah, you bet it is. I mean,
it's the third inning.
To think that all this potentially started with a bad hop, a ball that was just perfectly placed on that infield cutout, and the Indians are trying to take advantage of that life. Now Mike Napoli, he grounded out in his first at bat. We mentioned that Napoli is the only position player on either roster with Game 7 World Series experience. It came in 2011, and had it not been for the 9th inning change of events, Napoli was en route to World Series MVP honors as a Texas Ranger that year. Jammed, and it's 0-2 now.
And Napoli hasn't had a very dramatic impact for the Indians offensively. This ball really eats him up. That sinking fastball hits it right off his right knee. He has just 3 RBIs throughout the postseason. This is a guy that drove in 101 for Cleveland. He needs a big hit.
Faced Hendricks twice in Game 3 and struck out on each of those occasions. Signed in the offseason to come and play in Cleveland on a 1-year deal. Gave them a terrific return. Napoli with a shot to third, gobbled up by Bryant. Oh, Napoli hit that one on the screws. But 2 hits and an error result in only 1 run for Cleveland. We're right back to even through 3 innings in this winner-take-all Game 7. The Indians and Cubs all tied at 1. A 1-1 tie as we start the top of the 4th inning in this winner-take-all best-of-7 Game 7 in 2016. It'll be Chris Bryant leading things off for Chicago. Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist here for the Cubs. Cubs struck first. The leadoff home run by Dexter Fowler. The Indians get it back with the RBI single by Carlos Santana in the 3rd. Corey Kluber again trying to navigate the tough, the hot part of the Chicago lineup.
Well, the hot part of this lineup got hot against Tomlin, against the bullpen guys not named Miller, Shaw, or Allen. And that's what they have to do tonight. Come up with hits against the A team, if you will. Kluber, Miller, Allen, and Shaw.
Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist hitless in their first tries against Kluber tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the still reigning National League Rookie of the Year. John Lester's up, and as you talked about earlier, Buck, Joe Madden wanted him for a clean inning, and he is likely next in the ballgame, and it's appearing as though that might be sooner rather than later. And when he enters, it'll be with David Ross.
He wants him for about 6 clean innings.
2-2 to Bryant, fouled away again.
Yeah, unless you're really familiar with the situation, David Ross is John Lester's personal catcher, and he has been going back to their days when they were teammates in Boston. So David Ross, who took out the lineup card thinking that this was going to be his final appearance, he's not done yet.
It's been almost a decade since John Lester last appeared in relief. That's big velocity from Kluber, his fastest pitch of the night at 95, and it just missed the corner.
Just off the corner outside, Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, gave it a good look.
Full count pitch on its way.
Lester probably going to have enough time to get ready, but obviously as a starter you generally need 10 to 12 minutes to get loose. There's another starter down in the bullpen. Arrieta was down there as well.
All hands on deck. Everybody's available tonight. Here's the next 3-2 pitch. Bryant strokes a base hit into the small hole that existed on the left side of the infield.
Chris Bryant had 4 hits and a home run in last night's game. This is his first hit tonight, and the Indians infield expected him to pull it, but they thought it'd be more toward third base. Finds a hole into left.
So now Anthony Rizzo with the leadoff hitter aboard. Rizzo flied to center in his first try tonight.
This is where it's really tough on the managers right now, on Terry Francona. Kluber has been in pretty good control, but when do you sense he might run into trouble?
Yeah, after the Schwarber single, Kluber retired 8 in a row, and then Schwarber singled again. And now a base hit by Bryant. Remember, the last 2 innings went very quickly for him. A total of 13 pitches in the second and third. We asked Terry Francona if he could envision a scenario where Kluber went as many as 6 or 6+ innings tonight. He said he absolutely could, but only if he stays clean with no base runners and dominates. That has not been the case so far tonight. A foul ball, not by much. 0-2 to Rizzo.
Terry Francona told us that Corey Kluber has not shut it down mentally since his last start. He is so focused and such a dedicated worker. He said he is as strong as he's been at any point of the season right now. So it's not anything physical that will force him out of this game.
0-2 the count to Rizzo, and he wants to take time. You know, to that end, when you talk about what Corey Kluber is trying to do, and that's become the first pitcher to work 3 games on short rest in one postseason since 1998. Kevin Brown did it for the '98 Padres. You think about all the taxing innings during the regular season. And then you think about the adjusted workload in the postseason. Here's a note to back up what you say about Kluber's physical status. Of the last 8 starters to pitch games 1, 4, and 7 in a World Series, Kluber's innings total is the lowest of the group. And that one hits Rizzo. He's been hit almost 50 times over the last 2 years, annually on that league leader list, much to his chagrin, but it does put runners at first and second with nobody out.
Boy, that's a tough hitter to lose for Kluber. He was ahead 0-2, and you can see the catcher set up inside. It gets away from Kluber and hits Rizzo on the arm. 61 hit by pitches since 2014, the second most in the majors. Brandon Geyer's sitting in the Indians dugout. He's been hit the most.
So now Ben Zobrist. Zobrist fly to right to end the first. On the ground to first base, Napoli, a bad throw. Lindor does a great job just to get back to the bag and get 1 out.
The start of this series, we told you there were athletic players all over the diamond for both ball clubs, and Lindor makes a terrific play to save an error. It was a high throw, and they're checking it in the Cubs dugout, but watch the shortstop. Napoli throws high. Lindor comes off the bag, but he gets back in time to make contact ahead of Rizzo. Napoli had a little tough time corralling that ball. The throw is high. It pulls Lindor off the bag, but he's able to get back on the bag before Rizzo slides into second. John Hirschbeck's had a couple of tough calls at second base already. Lindor, watch how he pushes back with his left leg to make contact with the base before Rizzo slides back in.
Boy, that could have gone south in a hurry. A meeting at the mound as pitching coach Mickey Callaway comes out, gathers the entire infield. And now it's Addison Russell.
Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, oftentimes does this just to deliver a very quick message. Remember how we want to get Russell out. We want him to chase breaking balls. He hit a low sinking fastball off Dan Otero for the grand slam in last night's game. A short, quick message from the pitching coach for Kluber. Just a reminder.
Corey Kluber induced 17 double plays on the mound this year for the Indians. That led the club. Russell, for his part, in over 100 games, hit into 11. Popped him up into shallow left. Davis and Crisp are on the move. Davis calls for it. Tagging up at third is Bryant. Throw to the plate is not in time. Bryant gets underneath the tag. Wow! Davis made that catch almost at the cutout. They're going to take a look at it again. Cubs reacting to the replay favorably on the big jumbotron here.
Brad Mills, the bench coach, checking with the replay room. A high throw. He's clearly safe because Perez had to jump to receive the high throw. That allowed Bryant to slide in under him before he puts the tag on him. The center fielder, Rajai Davis, doesn't have much of a strong arm. That was a very shallow throw, and you can see how upset he is that it was high. If he throws it down low. They get Bryant because Perez can then block the plate. He had initiated his slide.
The Cubs rolling the dice on the arm of Rajai Davis. And they score the run. Zobrist advanced to second on the play at the plate. Now it's Wilson Contreras in what may be his final plate appearance of the World Series. We say so because John Lester is hot and ready to go, and when he enters the game, it will be with David Ross, who will take over at catcher for Contreras. One and one.
We have talked about how in these postseason games, every extra out is crucial. The Cubs have committed 2 errors, and now the high throw from Rajai Davis. Basically just not able to execute defensively on a shallow fly ball into center.
You know, Bryant with good, not great speed. The Cubs obviously had Davis scouted as an arm they could run on. I mean, that fly ball was in about as shallow a spot as you could imagine. I think there were many of us surprised to see Bryant even tag up. Watch where Davis makes the catch.
But the problem he had was he was flat-footed. I think he thought because he was so shallow they weren't going to run on him. He caught it flat-footed, not expecting Bryant to break for home because it was so shallow in center.
Will gladly sacrifice those ripped pants as Contreras waves at a breaking ball. 2-2 now. Kluber backing up the play. And he felt like they had him. Out to center field. Davis has to get on his horse. And that one's off the wall. It's going to score Zobrist from second. In what is most likely Wilson Contreras' last at-bat of the World Series, he cashes in with an RBI double.
Boy, the outfield play for Terry Francona the last 2 games has cost him big runs. First, the throw by Davis. Now watch the center fielder. He breaks in and then realizes the ball's hit well over his head. It hits at the base of the wall, certainly a catchable play. But misplays in the outfield will cost you games. Misplays in the infield will prolong innings. But the outfield play has been disastrous for Cleveland in Game 6 and now Game 7.
Here's Jason Hayward now. It's an RBI double for Contreras, just his 2nd World Series hit. Andrew Miller is up for Cleveland. And his time is coming sooner rather than later.
It might be too late.
Three to 1 Chicago. 1-1.
Andrew Miller doesn't need but 10 pitches down in that bullpen to be ready. He will have 8 more once he enters the game. We saw him stretching earlier.
Terry Francona banking on the fact that Corey Kluber can retire Jason Hayward. Chicago's biggest lead of the night. 2 here in the 4th. Two and 1.
We asked Terry Francona, would it make any difference which side of the plate the hitter was when you brought in Miller? He says, absolutely not. If I feel like the game's getting out of hand, I'll bring him any time to face any hitter.
Kluber's fallen behind a hitter who is 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position this World Series. This postseason, that is.
Miller's ready.
Hayward very early and into the sweets. Full count now, 3-2.
They're the numbers you were talking about, and it's been a rough first season for Hayward with the Cubs.
Whether or not Miller gets into the game this inning might depend on this next pitch. Quite a guessing game here. Kluber's a breaking ball specialist. Hayward struggles with velocity, however. What does he have on 3-2? A fastball that's popped up. The Cubs get on the board for 2. 2 runs on 2 hits. There was a runner left. We go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Chicago back on top. Here in Game 7, it's 3-1 Cubs. Well, Coco Crisp and Rajai Davis still talking about that fly ball that they were surprised to see a runner tag up on that led to not 1 but 2 runs.
Well, watch how they're both focused on the baseball. Rajai Davis, the center fielder on the right, calls for it. Now Crisp has got to shift his attention to the base runner to help out Davis. Davis is surprised that Brandt ran because it was so shallow and he was flat-footed. No momentum going toward the plate whatsoever when he caught it. You've got to carry your momentum right on through that catch, and that would enable you to get the throw down. But Crisp didn't give him any help as far as letting him know that Bryant was tagging and he's going.
There have been a couple of moments tonight where the Indians have cost themselves an opportunity. One of them came when this man, Jose Ramirez, was picked off of first. As good a postseason as he has had, as good a World Series as he has enjoyed, he does not want that to be the lasting memory of his first postseason. Breaking ball in for a strike. It's 1-1. Ramirez, Chisenhall, and Davis. A 3-1 Chicago lead in the last of the 4th. There is an eternity's worth of baseball left tonight. John Lester is ready. So's Mike Montgomery. It'll be Montgomery if there's a mid-inning jam here for Hendricks. We're assuming Lester would work the 5th. Here's the 1-1 to Ramirez. Good changeup once again, 1-2.
Well, Lester will work as long as he's effective. Remember, Chapman threw 20 pitches last night. And Chapman threw 42 pitches on Sunday night.
Ramirez with the bouncer to the right side of the infield. Flagged down by Rizzo, and there's one away with Hendricks covering.
You know, we mentioned after the game last night how difficult it would be for Cleveland to get over that sloppy game they played in Game 6. The outfield play by Naquin cost them 2 runs in the 1st inning. And the outfield play here tonight has cost them 2 more runs. When you're playing such good ball clubs in the postseason, mistakes will cost you every single time. They've had a runner picked off, as you mentioned, Matt.
There's Lonnie Chisenhall now. He's singled in the 2nd. You know, the outfield issues aren't just limited to what's happened on defense. Would you believe that with Chisenhall and Crisp both singling tonight, actually Crisp doubled, so with each of those guys having a base hit, They have matched the number of hits all World Series long by Cleveland corner outfielders. That combination of Indians players, right fielders and left fielders, were a combined 2 for 32 in the first 6 games of the series. A pop-up faded into left, and there are 2 away. So now Rajai Davis, who was at the center of the defensive lapse last inning and has also grounded into a double play tonight. Strike 1 to Davis. The American League stolen base leader really has not had an opportunity to run in the fall. That's a foul ball. He just hasn't been able to get on base. And as the old adage goes, you can't steal first.
He got on base in game 5 and picked up stolen bases. He had 3 in that game, and right here he just misses extra bases as that ball bounced foul in front of the third base bag.
Nothing in 2 to Rajai Davis. Bases empty. 3-1 Chicago, last of the 4th. Davis with a soft liner the other way for Hayward. And it's the first inning tonight in which Kyle Hendricks does not yield a base runner. The Indians go down 1-2-3 in the 4th. It's still 3-1 Chicago.
Corey Kluber finds himself trailing as he's set to work the 5th here, and it's been some mistakes by the Cleveland players. Jose Ramirez gets picked off by Kyle Hendricks after a single, and then in the 4th inning with Chris Bryant at third base, Rajai Davis makes a catch, and then he is flat-footed and gets surprised by Bryant trying to score. And then in the same inning, Davis took a step in on this drive at the base of the wall in center field, allowing Contreras to drive home a run, the 2nd run of the inning. Misplays in the outfield, mistakes on the bases have cost the Indians, and they trail by 2.
Javier Baez leads things off in the Chicago half of the 5th. Baez then the top of the order, Fowler and Schwarber. 3 runs on 5 hits for Chicago. A run on 4 hits for Cleveland. Baez into right center. That ball is crushed and gone. Oh, he was due. Javier Baez, who had such a sparkling division series, named co-MVP in the championship series. He'd been struggling in World Series play, but his first pitch home run in the 5th has given the Cubs a 4-1 lead and makes for the end of the night for Corey Kluber.
2nd home run for Baez in the postseason knocks Kluber out of the game. He deserved a better fate. The defense cost him a couple of runs.
A pitching change for the Indians. Enter Andrew Miller. We'll be right back. Well, Joe Madden knows he's only midway through this one, but he would certainly rather be up 3 than on the other side of it. And he has his 3-run lead courtesy of Javi Baez.
We had mentioned that Kluber hadn't been sharp from the start of this game, and that's a breaking ball. It just stays up and out over the plate, kind of spins with no break at all. And Baez, boy, if he stays in that direction of the field, he's got a chance to hit 300 with power. A terrific young talent, and he knocked Kluber out of the ball game.
It's been a while since Andrew Miller's been out there, making his 10th postseason appearance tonight. We all knew, as the Cubs did, that Andrew Miller would play a role tonight, but Chicago's able to get to him with a 3-run lead. Miller has been virtually unhittable in the postseason. The American League Championship Series MVP, and now it's a 1-2 count on Dexter Fowler.
This is his 10th appearance in this postseason, and he's allowed just a 140 opponent's batting average.
A base hit in the left. Now part of what's shaping up to be a very big night for Dexter Fowler.
Fowler homered off Andrew Miller on Saturday in Game 4. A leadoff home run in the 8th, the second inning Miller had pitched in that game. And now he hits the slider through the left side of the infield. Started the game off with a home run. He's now 2 for 3.
Kyle Schwarber now, he had 2 singles against Kluber tonight. On the ground. Flipped to second for 1. The relay back to first by Kipnis is in time to double him up. Boy, they had him defensed perfectly, and Lindor at shortstop was near the bag, as it turns out, in the perfect spot to start that double play.
Kipnis does a great job of turning the pivot at second. Lindor goes to his right, shovels it quickly to Kipnis. Corbett believes he beat it out, but the Cubs are looking at their video review. Dave Martinez, the bench coach, waiting on the decision whether or not to challenge the call on the field. Schwarber hustling down the line in the air. Looks like the ball was in Napoli's glove, but they're going to have a look at it. They've asked for the review.
One call's been overturned tonight. It ended up not affecting the scoring dialogue. It put runners at first and second back in the 3rd inning for Cleveland. But Hendricks was able to retire Lindor and then Napoli and get out of any trouble.
There's
and the call's upheld.
Yep. Double play, and a good one turned by Lindor and Kipnis.
Close the book on Corey Kluber. 6 innings in each of his first 2 World Series starts, but again coming back on short rest tonight, it was a completely different story. 4 runs on 6 hits. First runs he's allowed at home all postseason.
Remember, we had mentioned that the Cubs, when they face a pitcher 3 times as a team, they've hit .313. It happened 17 times this season before this Kluber appearance tonight. Everybody's average jumps when they see a starting pitcher for the 3rd time.
1-1 the count to Chris Bryant. He singled and scored one of the 2 runs in the 4th. .96-mile-an-hour fastball misses to make it 2-1. If the Cubs win Game 7 tonight, that would make the road team 5-2 in this year's World Series. I mean, so much for home field advantage. The last time there were 5 road wins in a World Series, it was 1996. It's when the Yankees began their modern day run of excellence by beating the Atlanta Braves.
Well, Corey Kluber was the winning pitcher in the All-Star game that allowed the American League to have home field advantage in the World Series.
Miller's 2-2. You know, and as we talked about last night, home crowd, yes, great. Your home, great. Familiar clubhouse and dugout, great. But the addition of the DH in the American League Park has benefited Chicago equally, if not a little more so, than the Indians.
100% in my mind, getting Schwarber into the game for multiple at-bats. He has 2 singles a night, trying to stretch a single into a double in the third. He was thrown out by Monty Chisenhall. But he hit a double in game 1, had 2 singles, both RBI singles in game 2, all as a DH here in the American League Park.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Chris Bryant. Into left field and foul. Bryant is on everything right now. He is as locked in as he's been at any point during the season.
Yeah, it took him a while to get it going, but we mentioned his 4-hit game last night and a home run. He's 1 for 2 so far tonight. Timing is great, stays back on that breaking ball and just misses an extra base hit down the left field line.
Miller on 3-2 once again. And the guy behind him, Anthony Rizzo, is hot in lockstep with Chris Bryant. If you had tuned into this series early on, games 1, 2, 3, even in game 4, the combination that's referred to as Brizzo, Bryant and Rizzo, just didn't look like themselves. The next 3-2. Wow. Miller just missed the corner on a borderline pitch, and a fine plate appearance again by Chris Bryant. That's a base on balls.
Well, you really got to give it to the Cubs. They're young players, but with each at bat they gain in the postseason, they're getting more confident with the bat. That was a 9-pitch at bat. Looked like it was over the outside corner, but Miller didn't get the call. There are 5 Cubs in this starting lineup tonight, 25 years or younger. That speaks volumes about the future for the Chicago Cubs.
And here's Rizzo now. He's been hit by a pitch and has flied out tonight. Indians have 8-9 in top of the order when they go to the bottom of the 5th inning. We still don't have a real feel for who's going to pitch for the Cubs when we get to the bottom of the 5th. John Lester was hot. I mean, he's ready to go. He's been ready to go for a while.
And what he's doing now is just playing catch. Just occasionally he'll toss a ball to David Ross. You see, he's still on the mound, but he's obviously loose, just trying to go along with Joe Maddon's thoughts.
I mean, I thought he was coming into the 4th. I feel even better about saying he's got to be coming in the 5th. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, there's a lot bigger fish to fry than to worry about your starter getting 5 innings in game 7 of a World Series. David Ross is back in the dugout, having started warming up John Lester.
John Lester and Anthony Rizzo, 2 of the great personal stories in this World Series. Bryant runs. He had a huge head start. There's a base hit into right. Hey, they're going to try it with him. Chisenhall, the relay to the plate, not in time. Wow! Chicago sent Bryant. He had an enormous start, and Rizzo drives him in with a double.
In game 6 and game 7, you are seeing the Cubs team that won 103 games in the regular season. Every aspect of their game is on the money in these last 2 games. Bryant broke from first. Rizzo rips the breaking ball into the right field corner. And Gary Jones, the third base coach, never hesitated as Bryant comes all the way around to score ahead of the throw. They're athletic. They can swing the bat, they can run the bases, and they can absolutely pitch. It's an RBI single for Rizzo. He goes to second on the throw. But the third base coach, Gary Jones, very aggressive. Remember, they ran on Chisenhall in game 2 on a Rizzo double. Bryant scoring from first on that double down in the corner, almost a carbon copy of that long single.
Ben Zobrist into left center field. Davis makes the catch on this one, but 2 more add-on runs in the Chicago half of the 5th. The Baez home run, the RBI knock by Rizzo. The Cubs enjoy their biggest lead of the night. To the bottom of the 5th, the middle of the night in game 7. Chicago with a 5-1 lead. Well, Chicago Cubs president of baseball operations Theo Epstein, it's been with a muted enthusiasm that he's been rooting on his team tonight. And the owner of the Cubs, Tom Ricketts, is here as well. Cubs have traveled big here in Cleveland. Of course, their front office staff is here. Tom Ricketts actually just walked away. He was sitting there next to Theo, and I think Theo's in line for a significant raise if they can finish the business tonight.
He just got a 5-year extension.
Yeah, not that he needs it, but yeah. I'll tell you, I mean, your place in the annals of baseball front officedom is very secure when you break a curse in Boston and then you preside over a curse-breaking Chicago Cubs team. Last of the 5th, and Coco Crisp will lead things off. It's still Kyle Hendricks out there for Chicago.
He's got a 4-run lead. He's allowed just 4 hits. No reason to make a change. Remember, he pitched the clincher against the Dodgers in game 6 in the LCS, and he did that while pitching to Wilson Contreras. They have really teamed up very effectively, and Hendricks was quick to give Contreras a lot of credit for calling a good game in that clincher.
Bouncer to second base for Baez, and Crisp is retired to start the last of the 5th.
Baez from Puerto Rico. I asked him about his family and friends in Puerto Rico. He said everybody's watching in Puerto Rico. Of course, Lindor of the Indians and Roberto Perez also from Puerto Rico. So they are well represented in this World Series. Here is Perez, who hit 2 home runs in game 1.
Perez laid down the good sacrifice in the 3rd, which led to the only run of the night so far for Cleveland. Yeah, they're watching around the world tonight, Buck, as I don't have to tell you, watching up in Canada. The great former Tacoma Rainier Scott Mitchell watching in Vancouver, among the baseball community in that part of the world. A ball and 2 strikes to Roberto Perez.
Of course, everybody in Canada hopeful the Blue Jays would be playing in this World Series, but the Cleveland Indians knocked them out.
Two balls and a strike.
When you really think about the Indians season, you really got to tip your cap to the manager Terry Francona and his coaching staff, given the fact they've lost 2 of their starting pitchers. Salazar is active, but he's pitching out of the bullpen. They lost their starting catcher, Jan Gomes, and their best player overall in Michael Brantley.
His absence has really been felt the last 2 nights with the defensive lapses, with how Terry Francona's had to mix and match to fill those spots. Brantley's timetable will be spring training of 2017.
He played in just 11 games this season, coming back from shoulder surgery, and just never got healthy.
And a called strike 3 taken by Perez. 2 gone in the last of the 5th.
Hendricks getting dialed in now. That's that two-seam fastball that he works back over the outside corner to strike out Perez. That's just the second strikeout for Hendricks.
Back to Carlos Santana now. He singled in that lone run back in the third. You know, we had this discussion around Kyle Hendricks when he pitched Game 3 at Wrigley Field on Friday night. He was not a big-time prospect. An econ major from Dartmouth, the only active major leaguer to have graduated from Dartmouth. The Angels kicked the tires on him because he grew up in Southern California in 2008. And it came in large part because Kyle's father worked in the ticket office in Anaheim. Kyle was in their backyard. He decided to go to Dartmouth instead, and then came out as an 8th round selection by the Rangers in 2011. Arrived in Chicago via the Ryan Dempster trade a few years later, but because he doesn't throw hard, he hasn't been that automatic blue chip prospect. He's had to earn his way. He's a strike away from 5 innings and a lead in Game 7.
Well, Hendricks, since he came to the big leagues with the Cubs, has a 31-17 regular season record. And I don't care what the radar gun says, he could beat you.
As good as he was in 2015, he shaved almost 2 full points off his ERA this year to claim the Major League ERA title. A full count now to Carlos Santana. And he'll think about it. His average fastball velocity, Kyle Hendricks, during the regular season was 87.6 miles an hour. That ranked him 71st of 78 qualified starters. He loses Santana on ball 4. So he doesn't throw very hard. He's among the softest tossers in the starters ranks. But he won an ERA title, won 16 games during the regular season, and has started the process in a Game 7 lead for Chicago. That's going to be all for him tonight. Pitched very well once again. And the call's going out to John Lester to make his first relief appearance in over a decade. He'll enter with David Ross. All going according to plan so far for Joe Maddon and the Cubs. Their first pitching change of the night as Hendricks exits. And we'll be right back. Well, one of the more interesting developments in the entire postseason happening and unplaying here in Game 7. David Ross comes on at catcher, and that brings on John Lester to work with 2 out and the bases empty, or 2 out and a runner aboard rather, here in the 5th. Lester making his first relief appearance in nearly a decade, and ironically the last one took place in this very ballpark. It was Game 4 of the 2007 ALCS. Lester was summoned in relief and went 3 innings that night in a postseason contest. Game 7 of an ALCS, important. This is Game 7 of the World Series tonight. He's got Santana aboard facing Jason Kipnis.
Lester came into that ball game after the Indians had scored 7 runs, and he came in just to try to save some bullpen arms. The Indians scored 5 runs off Tim Wakefield and 2 more on Manny Del Carmen, and then Lester took over and went 3 innings.
One ball and 1 strike.
This is a different scenario tonight.
And it's been a long time. A 19-game winner during the regular season, the front runner in the eyes of many for the National League's Cy Young Award. And he's in front of Kipnis now, 1-2. It might well be Lester and then Chapman the rest of the way for Joe Maddon. That's the Cubs' ideal case scenario. That only changes if Lester gets into any trouble. Still 1-2 to Kipnis. There is, of course, some precedent for a starting pitcher making a big impact relief appearance in a Game 7. A couple of years ago, most recently, Madison Bumgarner in what turned into a 5-inning relief effort to win a title against the Royals. On the appeal, no swing by Kipnis. It's 2-2.
That was 2014, and here are the other starters that have made relief appearances. Randy Johnson came in the top of the 8th to face Paul O'Neill after starting Game 6. Chuck Knobloch hit against him, and then Johnson finished out the game, picked up the win when Luis Gonzalez delivered the game-winning hit over the drawn-in infield. Kurt Reeder came in after the fact. They were behind, but he pitched very well.
Little dribbler, tough play for Ross. He barehands, throws to first. It's wild. Kipnis is safe. Santana on his way to third.
David Ross, fresh into the game, had a tough throw to first, and you can see Rizzo checking with Kipnis. They had a nasty collision just past the bag at first. Rizzo, a big man, and Kipnis running full speed. They collided just near the bag at first. They both appear to be okay. But now Lester will have to deal with Lindor with runners at second and third and 2 outs.
It's going to be scored as a single and an error charged to David Ross. Runners at second and third.
Kipnis knows it's going to be bang bang. Ross's throw into the baseline. Rizzo has to cross in front of the base runner, and that is a wicked collision.
Here's Francisco Lindor now with a chance for a base hit to make it a 2-run game. Lindor has had some experiences against John Lester in the past, including this World Series, and he's 4 for 9 against him. A big enough sample size to perhaps give Indians fans a little hope. How about the matchup we get next? Mike Napoli on deck, former teammates, and the only 2 players here that have ever played in a Game 7 before.
Well, I tell you what, the Cubs have committed 3 errors now. It certainly encourage the Indians. A base hit right now, and this is a totally different mindset.
That one bounces. It's a wild pitch that brings in Santana. Here comes Kipnis. He's safe.
This ball is way in front of home plate. It catches Ross on the mask and rocked his world. He falls down, and by the time he retrieves the ball, 1 run is in, and now right behind him, here comes Kipnis, and he slides in ahead of the tag of Lester. 2 runs on a wild pitch. Santana scores, and here comes Kipnis. He never broke stride. And all of a sudden, just like that, it's a 2-run game.
Oh, man. A swing and a miss by Lindor puts him behind 1-2. You said it, Buck. Jason Kipnis never stopped running. A crowd Lindor on 2 strikes. A ball and 2 and 2 to him now.
Remember what Madden told us prior to the game. He wanted to bring Lester in a clean inning because he was a starter. But then the way that things developed, he decided he wanted to bring Lester in to face Kipnis. He went away from his plan, and the Indians have capitalized on it. Hendricks was having no problems at all. A curious move by Joe Madden.
A full count to Francisco Lindor with Napoli waiting on deck. Swing and a miss. The Indians do get 2 runs back. A couple of runs on only 1 base hit, a walk, and an error. The wild pitch plates 2, and the Indians are right back in it in Game 7. Boy, what a turn of events that net a couple of runs for the Indians to tighten this up to a 2-run game once again.
There's the wild pitch. It catches David Ross flush on the mask and knocks him to his backside. By the time he retrieves the ball, Santana comes in initially, and Kipnis, running from second, had a full head of steam as he turned around third, and he slides in safely ahead of the time. Kipnis watched the whole play unfold as he broke from second. And the interesting part of it, David Ross came into the game. Kipnis had a swinging bunt up the third baseline. Ross charged with an error, the third Cubs error of this game. And Joe Madden had suggested at the meeting early today that Lester would be brought in a clean inning, and he wasn't.
So we start the top half of the 6th, a 2-run game. Addison Russell, then David Ross, and then Jason Hayward. Andrew Miller came on from the Indians bullpen in the 5th and was charged with a run after allowing a couple of hits and a walk. It was not the automatic clean appearance by the Indians left-hander either. He's in front 1-2 now.
Well, all of these hitters are familiar with the top pitchers from both bullpens.
Two and 2 to Russell. Before the big night last night, Addison Russell had been 3 for 21 with 9 strikeouts in World Series play. And again, a home run and 6 RBIs later, he's red hot.
And we got to acknowledge the fact that Joe Madden had an impact in Russell's turnaround when he put him in the 5th spot in Game 5. He said, I need him in an RBI situation to get him thinking about being a run producer. In Game 6, he drove in 2. In Game 6, he drove in 6 with 2 big extra base hits.
Russell pops it up. Napoli in foul ground, 1 away.
Well, Andrew Miller now pitching in a 2-run game because of the heads-up base running by the second baseman Jason Kipnis, and he's had a terrific series. Watch Kipnis running from second. He makes a turnaround third, thinking all the while that he could score on the wild pitch, and he does. Kipnis has had a terrific World Series with the bat, and now with a great piece of base running.
2 home runs for Jason Kipnis. He is 9 for 29 at the plate and doing everything he can to will it so. David Ross now, his first plate appearance tonight. He came on in the switch that brought Lester into the game. Behind 0-2.
These teams are so evenly matched. We told you at the start of the game the Cubs had scored 20 runs in the first 6 games. The Indians 19. We just got a feeling there's a lot more to this game than we've seen so far tonight. There has been so much energy in this ballpark from the first pitch of the game.
It's like a Game 7 atmosphere.
You think?
I mean, it has been electric here since the word go.
Dexter Fowler hit a home run to start the ball game to straightaway center.
Former battery mates, and Ross sends a high drive to center field. Davis fielding for the wall, and it's gone! The guy they call Grandpa Rossi. Quite a farewell act.
David Ross was given the honor of taking out the lineup card to start Game 7. This is going to be his last big league game, and what a swing. A fastball, inner half and low. Rajai Davis gave it a good effort, just beyond his outstretched glove.
Jason Hayward bounces it to the right side. Napoli does it himself. And that's out number 2. I mean, these guys know each other as teammates, and David Ross gets to his old battery mate here. Miller can't believe that ball got out. Man. Andrew Miller has not been automatic tonight. This is not the Andrew Miller that dominated previously in the postseason.
Both Miller and Chapman have been asked to give a lot in this World Series, and it might be catching up to Miller.
Javi Baez is homered tonight. His home run marked the exit of Corey Kluber.
Joe Madden talked to Baez before Game 5, trying to encourage him not to be so pull conscious. Stay in the big part of the field. Don't limit yourself to one side of the diamond. And that home run he hit went to deep center field.
Still 0-2 to Javier Baez.
The Cubs have now hit 6 home runs in these 2 games in Cleveland.
And a swing and a miss by Baez finishes the top of the 6th. Not before Chicago can add on again. They gave up 2 in the previous half inning. David Ross gets one of them back himself. His solo home run redistances it to a 3-run game. Wear what the best wear. Go to MLB.com shop. Back with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian. A wild scene in Cleveland today, and the kind of game that nobody saw coming. You got a wild pitch that scored 2. Cubs swinging for power. Corey Kluber's shortest World Series start. We're into both bullpens. Andrew Miller, the pitcher of record for Cleveland, and John Lester for Chicago. Yes, Game 1 starter John Lester making his first relief appearance in about a decade. He starts his former teammate Mike Napoli with strike 1. We talked about it earlier. The only 2 players on the rosters tonight with any Game 7 experience. Napoli's coming as a Texas Ranger in 2011. Two balls and a strike to count from Lester. Well, if the familiarity equation, Ross used to catch Miller and homered against him. if that plays any role here, then Mike Napoli might have a little advantage. Of course, that's a two-way street because John Lester is just as familiar with Mike Napoli as vice versa.
Yeah, you just never know how that's going to work out. But this is really interesting now with Lester coming into the game. Went out in the 5th. Chapman might be the only other pitcher we'll see in this game.
Napoli made a late decision there to try to swing and ends up striking out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Lester dating back to the 5th.
There's Chapman down in the bullpen, and Joe Maddon has shown throughout this World Series he doesn't have a whole lot of confidence in the rest of those relievers as you take a look at a very tentative swing from Mike Napoli. He was thinking about something on the inner half, and Lester crossed him up. There's that aspect you talked about. Sometimes knowledge is not a good thing.
Here's Jose Ramirez now. He has singled and grounded out tonight. John Lester is just the 5th pitcher in the last 30 years to start a Game 5 and relieve in a Game 7. I showed you Madison Bumgarner earlier. This hasn't happened very often of late. I mean, just to get to a Game 7 isn't a foregone conclusion.
Well, he mentioned Randy Johnson started Game 6 and came back and won Game 7 in relief.
Big fastball swung on a missed.
I think players are very anxious to contribute to any kind of effort, whatever it takes in a Game 7.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Jose Ramirez.
We mentioned the nature of Game 7s. Home team has won 19 against 18 losses, but the home team had won 9 of the last 10 Game 7s. The exception 2014.
Ground ball to shortstop. Russell's up with it. Throw to first just in time. So with 2 gone now, we'll see a pinch hitter as Brandon Guyer will swing the bat off the bench. Close play at first.
Good stretch by Rizzo as he shifts to take that wide throw ahead of Ramirez getting on the bag. Addison Russell, boy, he unloaded that ball in a hurry, recognizing the speed of Ramirez.
Brandon Guyer has faced John Lester a couple of times now in this series. He is 0 for 4 and has been hit by a pitch. He struck out 3 times. All those strikeouts have come of the looking variety. Remember talking about this in Game 1, the fact that Brandon Guyer has seen a lot of John Lester in the past and had some success against him. And there's his first base hit against him in World Series play.
If the Indians can cut into this 3-run deficit off of John Lester, it's going to be interesting. Should they go to Aroldis Chapman just to see how effective he is? He's thrown 62 pitches in his last 2 appearances over the span of 3 days. And I think he was surprised he started the 9th inning in last night's game with the score at 9-2.
Joe Maddon admitting to us before the game that if he had it to do over again, he would have had Pedro Strop up and ready to prevent Chapman from going out there in the 9th. Here's Rajai Davis now.
Well, you know, psychologically, pitchers will play the game in their mind thinking, okay, Rizzo hits the home run, I'm not going to go out there. And they have a tendency to shut it down mentally. And I think that may have been the case with Chapman in last night's game. And it just, remember how long he sat on the bench before he went to the mound in the bottom of the 9th?
Well, the home run for all of us made it automatic. We were shocked to see Chapman go back out there in the 9th inning last night. Cubs simply weren't ready. Fastball in for a strike, 1-1 to Rajai Davis. Two and one. Chicago the first to score. They started it as we were just getting on the air. Dexter Fowler with a leadoff home run. The first ever in Game 7 World Series history. 3 balls and a strike now. Cleveland tied it with a run in the 3rd. Chicago went back on top with 2 in the 4th. 2 in the 5th. Cleveland scored 2 in the bottom of the inning, and then the Cubs with the Ross home run make it 6-3. Davis with a chopper over the mound. Baez gets to it. Throw to first is in time to get Davis and retire the side. Nothing comes of the 2-out single. We've played 6 complete in Game 7. Chicago still on top, 6-3 Cubs. Welcome back. The celebrities are out. Bill Murray, Eddie Vedder, of course, the front man for Pearl Jam. John Cusack, all diehard Cubs fans. LeBron James representing the home team, as is Charlie Sheen, who is yet to recreate his character from Major League.
Ricky Vaughn, Wild Thing. A lot of people here. Obviously, a historic Game 7 between 2 marquee franchises.
Dexter Fowler will lead things off in the Chicago half of inning number 7. Back with Buck Martinez. Matt Vasgersian, a 6-3 lead for the Cubs as Andrew Miller continues. 2 runs have crossed on his watch since entering in the 5th. 0-1 the count to Dexter Fowler, who has contributed tonight. He set the tone with that leadoff home run in the top of the 1st, and he has since line to right and singled. Cody Allen is up if needed for Cleveland. He'll play a role tonight at some point. Into right, 3rd hit of the ball game for Dexter Fowler. I'll tell you, when Dexter Fowler is on base, the Cubs are a completely different team.
He's had it working tonight from the first at bat when he homered. He lined out to right in the 3rd, had a base hit to left in the 5th. That was off Miller. And here he goes the opposite field, the fastball. He stays inside that and drills it to right. Dexter Fowler's got it going. Remember, he homered off of Miller in Chicago.
First pitch to Kyle Schwarber is fouled away. You know, there was a stretch this year where the Cubs had a little bit of worry, and this is a team that won 103 games. They were the class of the league, essentially pillar to post this year. But when Dexter Fowler got hurt, they had some rocky times around the All-Star break, a stretch of games where they went 5-15. Starting pitchers amassed an ERA of nearly 6 over that stretch, and Fowler's absence was glaring. He came back rather off the disabled list, and not coincidentally, the Cubs went on a run in August. They won 22 games that month. They left no doubt about who the best team was in the division.
When Dexter Fowler gets it going in Cub wins, you see where his record is. In Cub wins, he hits .310 with an on-base percentage of .433. In the losses, he hit just .205 with a .299 on-base percentage. He's literally the guy that sets up this offense.
Not bad for a guy who it was thought was going to sign with the Baltimore Orioles in the winter. And while the rest of the world was reporting a 2-year deal with Fowler going to Baltimore, he and his camp, they were home mulling other offers, including the 1-year deal offered by the Cubs to return to Chicago.
That'll be an interesting challenge for Fowler, a neutral option for next year.
Throw to first, and wow, that was very close. It looked like I had him picked off.
Fowler may have hyperextended his elbow, reaching back in as Napoli came down and put a hard tag on him with that elbow in a very vulnerable position. Watch his right elbow. He was going, and there you see the elbow is hyperextended as Napoli slaps the hard tag on his right arm.
Napoli indicated immediately to take another look at it. It's hard to tell there if Fowler in fact beat the tag. Call was safe, hasn't been challenged yet.
Looked like Fowler got his hand in underneath the foot of Napoli before the tag was applied.
And it will not be challenged. The at-bat to Schwarber continues, and it's still 1-2.
Another look at that tag play at first. Watch the hand of Fowler on the base before the tag's applied.
Ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Schwarber. You know, the Cubs clinched the division on September 15th. And we talked about early in this World Series the fact that World Series history has not always been kind to the first to clinch. Not even a guarantee they'll get this far. Schwarber into the opposite field. That could be trouble. Crisp is out in the corner to make the catch. Fine running grab. Man, Kyle Schwarber, it just never ceases to amaze the at-bats he's putting up. It's as though he didn't miss any time at all.
Absolutely. His timing has been great. He's hanging in there against the tough lefty, Andrew Miller. He worked Miller for a walk earlier in this series. Just the second walk that Miller has issued to a left-handed hitter all season long. And Terry Francona is going to make a pitching change here.
It's going to be all for Miller. He goes 2 1/3, allows 2 earned runs on 3 hits and a walk. Not the automatic Miller appearance that Indians fans had been used to this postseason. A pitching change, and we'll be right back. Well, Terry Francona making a pitching change, his second of the night, and if you had just been told on face value that it would be Kluber, Miller, and Allen, you might think it would come in a better circumstance than a 3-run deficit, but that is the case as Miller's gone after 2 1/3. Again, 2 runs on his watch. He threw 133 pitches this World Series, the most since 1988 in a single fall classic. Cody Allen trying to get out of this mess. A runner at first with 1 gone, and the meat of the Cubs order due up. Chris Bryant is swinging the bat as well as he has at any point during the season. 4 for 5 with a homer yesterday. He has singled and scored 2 runs tonight. As you take a look at the numbers on Allen, unscored upon this postseason.
10th appearance of the postseason. He's pitched a total of 11 2/3 and has whipped just over 1. 22 strikeouts and 4 walks issued by the Indians closer.
Not that strikeouts are everything, but upon being told that the combination of Corey Kluber and Andrew Miller would strike out only 1 batter tonight at 6 1/3, you might sense bad things had happened.
And too, it might suggest that in Game 7, Kluber trying to get through his 3rd start against the Cubs, and he just didn't have his good stuff.
Totally different story. First time Corey Kluber has ever done a starting assignment without recording a strikeout. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Bryant now.
You kind of knew this was going to be a challenge for the Cleveland Indians pitching staff, given the way the Cubs have swung the bat. And it goes back to Kris Bryant hitting a home run in the 4th inning in Game 5 on Sunday. And then they scored 9 runs on 13 hits and pounded out 3 home runs in Game 6. And now they have scored 6 more runs on 10 hits, with 3 more home runs tonight. So they've hit 7 home runs in the last 3 games in this World Series. Starting to really pick up the pace.
Jammed and popped into foul territory, angling toward the Cub dugout. Nobody can make a play.
There's a tricky little lip in front of the dugout at first base, and looked like Napoli was aware that he kind of had to step around that step right there. Watch how he comes after this ball, and he's going to have to kind of step around it, and couldn't make a direct path to that ball. The ball was a catchable ball. It hits just about shoulder high up on that screen, but because of that pad right there, Napoli was aware that he had to step around it.
Ball and 2 strikes. It remains to Kris Bryant. A bit more than a check-in on Fowler there.
Yeah, Fowler looks like he wants to run in this situation. He had a break earlier in this at bat, and he's got another aggressive lead quickly.
Closer at first base this time. We've seen some very good right-handed pickoff moves in this game. Kyle Hendricks already picked somebody off, and Allen with a quick move as well, as you take a look at Fowler's stolen base numbers. Still 1-2 to Kris Bryant.
Early in this series, Bryant had pull on his mind, but as the series has gone on, he's worked his way back to a very good approach, staying on the ball, and that's what led to the home run last night. He had a curveball out of the ballpark in the 1st inning off of Josh Tomlin, simply because he was thinking big part of the diamond, and his hands got to that curveball.
Roberto Perez setting the high target, almost up into a modified Bill Dickey stance on the balls of his feet. Bryant and Rizzo, as we've mentioned a couple of times tonight, appear to be on everything. Fastball missed at 95, 2-2. Kris Bryant with a top 10 offensive finish in nearly every category. Led the league in runs scored, 121 of them, and has scored 2 big runs tonight. Fowler runs, a swing and a miss. Throw down to second base is in time to get him. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. Perhaps some momentum for the home side. Cody Allen combines with Andrew Miller in a scoreless top of the 7th.
Terrific throw from Perez, but the Cubs are going to have a look at the video replay, and they will wave it off and concede the strike him out, throw him out double play to end the top half of the 7th.
Nothing for Chicago. 7th inning stretch in Game 7. Still a 3-run Cubs lead. Let's flash back to a great Game 7 finish, the 1997 World Series, and for Indians fans, these are painful memories. Their most recent World Series appearance ended in a Game 7 loss. The big villains, Craig Counsell and young shortstop Edgar Renteria. At the time, it was the 8th World Series to end on a walk-off hit. Happened 3 times in the 1990s. Back here in a 6-3 game alongside Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian, and 9 outs left for the Indians to try to come back tonight. They'll have Coco Crisp to lead things off against John Lester in the 7th. Crisp, Perez, and Santana for the Indians. There have just been so many unpredictable moments tonight. How the Indians scored is among them. To score 2 runs on a wild pitch in a World Series game, that hadn't happened in over 100 years in World Series play. 1-1.
Given the scoring from second. The second run on that wild pitch, that was in the 4th. It's only a 3-run game. Obviously, the Indians have the firepower to get back in this game.
Crisp lifts a fly ball to left for Ben Zobrist. I mean, it's to the point where you start counting outs. 8 of them left for the Indians tonight.
Rajai Davis on a shallow fly ball to center made a high throw to home in the 4th inning that allowed Chris Bryant to slide underneath the tag of Roberto Perez. That was the 2nd run of the game. They would go on to score 2 runs in that 4th inning, a second on a double by Wilson Contreras. Davis misplayed that ball.
Here's Roberto Perez now. 0 for 2 so far tonight. Check it, 0 for 1 with a sacrifice is the Indians catcher. One ball and 1 strike.
David Ross, the catcher, came into the game with John Lester when Lester took over for Kyle Hendricks with 2 outs in the 5th.
Yeah, Ross has made an impact with a solo home run tonight, and in fact has set another World Series record, the oldest to ever homer in a Game 7 at 39 years, 228 days old, 3 days older than Willie Stargell when he hit a Game 7 home run in 1979.
And that game was the final completion of the Pirates' comeback. They won 6 and 7 on the road against Baltimore, and Stargell had 4 hits in that game, including a home run.
It's amazing how those parallels come into play. They called Willie Stargell Pops. They called David Ross Grandpa. And it's a 3-2 count now to Roberto Perez.
The baseball world is a very small fraternity, and Grandpa Rossi's had quite an evening here.
Doing his best to try to frame a 2-2 breaking ball. 3-2 now, the count to Perez. Roberto Perez also set a World Series mark. Joined Yogi Berra as the only players to hit multiple home runs in a World Series game in which they caught a shutout that happened in Game 1. And there's ball 4 to Perez. So now the top of the order, and that moves the potential tying run into the on-deck circle. There'll be a pinch runner at first for Perez. Tyler Naquin will run at first base.
Well, you think of all of the possibilities trying to stay alive in this ball game, and you get a little more speed at first, should there be a tough play, maybe a possible force out at second. Naquin might be able to beat it when Perez would probably be forced out. So Terry Francona using all the weapons he has at his disposal.
First pitch to the switch hitter, right back to Lester. It's stuck in his glove, and he'll go to first base to get the out on Santana.
Well, that was pretty good reactions. Lester went into his glove, anxious to make a throw to second to start a double play, but the ball appeared to get stuck in his webbing, and instead of panicking, he recognizes it. There it's stuck, and he goes, nope, I better just take the sure out at first. It's a 3-run game. No reason to make an iffy throw towards second. Once he had that hesitation of waiting for the ball to pop out of his webbing, he was better off to go to first.
And with all of his troubles throwing the baseball to first base, it was an underhanded toss to get the out on Santana. 2 gone now for Jason Kipnis, who was 0 for 6 against John Lester in World Series play. Francisco Lindor next. Terry Francona and the perennial drummer John Adam is the gentleman's name, hoping that this isn't the last opportunity for the middle of the Cleveland order. One and one to Kipnis. Lindor next, and then that man Mike Napoli in the hold. Here's the 1-1. A ball and 2 strikes now. It's a tough assignment for Kipnis. The numbers bear it out. Again, 0 for 6 against Lester this series. Got him swinging. John Lester fades a 1-out walk to post a 0 in the home. To 3 Chicago. A 6-3 lead for the Chicago Cubs as we go to the visitors' half. The top of the 8th inning, back with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian. Game 7 in Cleveland, and a defensive change. Yan Gomes taking over behind the plate for Roberto Perez, who was pinch run for last half inning. The Cubs have Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, and Addison Russell in the top of the 8th inning. Cody Allen continues on the mound for Cleveland. Rizzo tonight 1 for 2. He has doubled in a run and been hit by a pitch. This has been the case for almost the entire series. The Cubs play him on an overloaded defense on the right side. Check the scoring on Rizzo's ball back in the 5th. That was an RBI single. He advanced to second on the throw. Aroldis Chapman is up. No guarantee that John Lester's done yet. I think if Joe Madden were to have his druthers, he gets another inning out of Lester, and then Chapman in the 9th.
Yeah, remember Chapman throwing 20 pitches last night. Lester, he's breezing actually. He hasn't had too many stressful pitches to this point. Lester pitched on Sunday in Game 5. He went 6 innings.
swing and a miss by Rizzo. Gomes will throw down to finish the out, and there's one away in the 8th. So for Aroldis Chapman, if he gets out there with a 3-run lead, here is the history in his favor. He's made 400 major league appearances. Only 7 of those has he given up 3 or more runs. For the Indians, it makes scratching away at this deficit very important in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Ben Zobrist now with 1 gone. Foul ball up into the corner. 0-1 to Zobrist, who tonight has reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run. Cody Allen, as we talked about, unscored upon in postseason play. He's been terrific. He makes Zobrist chase a fastball 0-2.
95 miles an hour up and away, and Allen, of course, the closer. He's got a great fastball and a nasty curve. Throws it hard and late breaking curveball.
Zobrist checks a swing, 1-2. The 3rd time in the last 6 years that a World Series has gone to a 7th game. Home field advantage, not what you'd think in Game 7. And that's been the case here tonight. Bounce to first. Napoli with a nifty backhanded pick. And there are 2 away.
The home team most recently has won 9 of the last 10. Madison Bumgarner game in 2014 at Kansas City, when the Giants came back to win Game 7.
Overall, in the 37 previous instances of a Game 7, home team's just 18-19. But you make a good point. Recent history is on the side of the home club. Addison Russell now, as Allen starts him with a slider in for a strike. I was thinking with Ben Zobrist in there about his being a part of the World Series champion Kansas City Royals roster last year and having such a good fall classic, about the players who've won consecutive World Series in different uniforms. There have been a lot of them. Jake Peavy most recently as a Red Sox and a Giant. Russell pops it up. Napoli squeezes it to retire the side. Indians have to cut into a deficit with 6 outs left in their season. It'll be Francisco Lindor to lead things off. Will he do so against John Lester or Aroldis Chapman? We'll find out when we come back. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. A World Series title drought that dates back to 1908 for the Chicago Cubs. One that dates to 1948 for the Cleveland Indians. It was almost impossible to think at the outset of the Fall Classic that one of these 2 teams would be hoisting the Commissioner's Trophy on this night. Chris Antonetti, the Indians president of baseball operations, has done such a good job. And I think it should be noted, Mike Chernoff, the GM, that the Indians have put together this run and gotten here with resources much more limited than those afforded to the Chicago Cubs.
They have to develop their team through drafting and development, and they've done a terrific job of identifying talented players like Lindor, drafting them, signing them, and then developing them in the minors.
It is Francisco Lindor leading off against John Lester, who continues. He came on in the 5th. Lindor, Napoli, and Ramirez here for the Indians. But maybe the last opportunity for the meat of Terry Francona's order. Lindor on a sharp hop to Russell. One away.
When you see this Chicago Cub team over the course of 7 games, you really appreciate just how well balanced they are. Offensively, they've got a balanced attack. Defensively, they have outfielders and infielders all over the diamond that are terrific athletes. And Addison Russell, he's had a very good postseason, including a 6 RBI game in Game 6. But Bryant's 23. They got a young core that's in place to have a long, successful run here in Chicago.
Mike Napoli now 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out against John Lester in the 6th. In the wild card era, it began in 1995. Only 2 of the 22 World Series winners were 100-game winners. I mean, the Cubs dominated the regular season. They beat up the NL Central as though it was a different league. They won 103 games, but that doesn't guarantee World Series success. Here they are 5 outs away.
Cubs were 50 and 25 in their NL Central division.
2 balls and 2 strikes. They beat the Giants in 4 in the division series. Beat the Dodgers in 6 to claim the pennant. They trailed in this series 3 games to 1. And again, the big picture, they're trying to become only the 5th team to come back from that deficit to win a World Series. A called strike 3. 4 outs away.
Lester just missed the outside corner earlier in the Napoli at bat, and this time he hits that outside corner. Lester came into this game with 2 outs in the 5th inning. And David Ross came in with him, and Ross has been his caddy. Coming into this postseason, they had teamed up 89 times in the regular season as a battery.
The scene at Murphy's Bleachers in Wrigleyville, just steps away from Wrigley Field. An optimistic group of Cub faithful.
Holding up 4 more outs.
So I think that guy's just trying to order 4 more beers.
Maybe that was it. My mistake.
A ball and a strike to count to Jose Ramirez. Ramirez 1 for 3 tonight. I think what makes the story of the 2016 Cubs even more amazing is the fact that they're 4 years removed from losing 100 games, as Ramirez has a base hit back up the middle.
There he is, loosening up, Aroldis Chapman. And Joe Madden making his way to the mound. Boy, what a job Lester has done in relief.
You bet. 3 1/3. Holds the lead and sets up the closer for a 4-out save chance. All working according to script for Joe Madden and the Cubs, who are 4 outs away from a World Series title. A pitching change, and we'll be right back. John Lester doing a fantastic job to hold the lead. 3 innings, does not allow an earned run, scatters 3 hits. He leaves with a base runner as his responsibility and hands the ball to Aroldis Chapman for a 4-out save chance to win a World Series.
Chapman threw 42 pitches on Sunday in Game 5, 20 pitches last night in Game 6. This would be his 13th appearance in the postseason. Brandon Guyer singled off of Lester as a pinch hitter in the 6th.
Guyer takes a strike. It's 1-1. Aroldis Chapman responsible for the 5 fastest pitches of 2016. But I think, as you had mentioned earlier in this series, Buck, he doesn't need to be 105 to be effective tonight.
Yeah, 99 will probably get it done.
Only 99, huh?
We mentioned he has thrown 62 pitches in the course of 3 days. He's never thrown more than 83 pitches in a 4-day stretch since he has come over from Cuba.
Two balls and 2 strikes, the count to Brandon Guyer. Ramirez singled with 2 away. That marked the departure of John Lester. The tying run still stands in the on-deck circle. That's Rajai Davis, if Guyer can give him a chance.
The last time Chapman threw 83 pitches in a 4-day span was July of 2015. July 19th against Cleveland, and the 20th and 22nd against the Cubs. In that 3rd appearance, he was saddled with a loss. With 26 pitches, gave up a run on 3 hits and took the loss.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Guyer. Laid off a 99-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. Only 2 pitchers have ever blown save opportunities in the 7th game of a World Series. That was Jose Mesa for the Indians in '97 in their loss to the Marlins. And the great Mariano Rivera, the Hall of Famer, blew a Game 7 save op in 2001 against the Diamondbacks. Guyer into the gap. That's going to get down and do a little damage. Here comes Ramirez being waved around to score. Guyer into second. It's a 2-run ball game.
This was the big question after Chapman appeared in that lopsided win last night. How much would he have for a potential Game 7 appearance? And with that double, Guyer has brought the tying run to the plate. Brandon Guyer, 2 for 2 against the lefty since coming into the game. He got a base hit off of Lester. Now he hits a double off Chapman into the alley. Ramirez comes all the way around from first to score. And the game has taken a dramatically different complexion right now with Davis at the plate.
A ball and no strikes to Rajai Davis. Switch hitter Coco Crisp waiting next. Davis has not had a good series. This is his 5th appearance against Aroldis Chapman. And he is 1 for 4 against the hard-throwing left-hander in the series. But the only thing a player can hope for in Game 7 of a series where he has not been at his best is an opportunity, and Davis has just that. A daunting stat. Largest deficit overcome in a winner-take-all Game 7, 4 runs. 1-2 to Davis.
98. Velocity down a couple of miles an hour. Will that be enough for Davis to catch up.
One and two to the potential tying run. 2-2. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rajai Davis. And Davis hanging around. He's given Aroldis Chapman every bit his money's worth here with 2 strikes on him.
Chapman came into the game with 2 outs in the 7th last night with the Cubs up 7-2. Rajai Davis, you can see he's choked up about 3 inches on the bat handle just to try to make contact with that blazing fastball.
The Geyer at bat took 7 pitches out of Chapman. So far 7 pitches to Davis. So at the very least a run, and the Indians have chipped away at the pitch count. The next 2-2. Davis to left and will hit. Oh my! It's gone! Santa Maria! Coco Crisp now. Oh my goodness. A magical moment in Cleveland. Rajai Davis, you have never had a bigger swing in your life, young man. Crisp with a base hit.
Chapman has been used a lot lately, and Rajai Davis got a breaking ball down and in and hits it over the wall and left. Chapman had surrendered just 2 home runs all season long, and that is the biggest hit of Rajai Davis's life.
Here comes Chris Bosio. Quickly, there are people scattering in the Chicago bullpen. The plan has blown up in the bottom half of the 8th. Jake Arrieta's now standing with the baseball out there.
Rajai Davis had a couple of misplays in the 4th inning in the field. But baseball is such a game that it allows you an opportunity to redeem yourself.
Oh, man. This is unbelievable. First home run allowed by Aroldis Chapman since June 18th. You mentioned he'd only allowed 2. They came in back-to-back outings. The go-ahead runs at first. And here's Yan Gomes. Oh, yeah. LeBron James echoing the sentiments of Indians Nation.
Sandy Alomar, the first base coach, keeps track of the release times of the pitcher, and Coco Crisp can run.
For Yan Gomes, an opportunity to finally solve Aroldis Chapman. All three of his World Series plate appearances have come against Chapman. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout, but in front of him here, 2 balls and no strikes. Rajai Davis's home run sending chills up the spine of 38,000 plus people. A bad pass and a miss. It's 2-1.
Rajai Davis gets a fastball up and away and then fouls one off.
Two balls and a strike. To 2-2 now.
Another slider, and you've got to think that the impact of the workload for Chapman is taking its toll in this outing.
Travis Wood is up in the Chicago bullpen. I mean, at some point you have to think that the Indians would try to run with Coco Crisp at first. He has not shown a very comfortable lead here. There he goes on 2-2. A swing and a miss by Gomes. Throw down to second is airmailed into center field, but it doesn't matter as Gomes strikes out. But 3 runs in the last of the 8th. An RBI double by Brandon Guyer. And a dramatic game-tying home run by Rajai Davis has sent this to the 9th in a 6-6 tie.
Aroldis Chapman working for the 3rd day in 4 days. Rajai Davis takes a fastball for a ball upstairs and then fouls another fastball off. Here he now decides to choke up. He's got to catch up to this fastball, so he's choked up about 3 inches. And then Chapman throws him a slider down and in. Another fastball, he fouls it off, and then a slider down and in. Davis is able to get the head to it and keeps it fair down the left field line. Rajai Davis hits a 2-run home run to tie it at 6-6. What a ball game.
David Ross is homered tonight. A non-starter this evening. He stays out there. Entered the game with John Lester on that pitching change in the 5th. Cody Allen continues on the mound for Cleveland, and it's a ball and a strike to David Ross. Check that to 2-0. 2-0. They say Ross pulled back. Of interest is what's happening atmospherically. You got to be kidding me. Now weather too. I mean, what? This game needs no further intrigue from you, Mother Nature, with all due respect. And how about what's cooking down in the bullpens? It is certainly worth the attention when you talk about Carl Edwards Jr. and Jake Arrieta. Not to mention Cody Allen, whose pitch count is climbing. And that rain getting a bit heavier here.
Yeah, it sure is, and certainly not a good sign. But how about this ball game? Now the fans are scrambling for their coats and umbrellas. It's been a perfect night.
A strike to make it 3-1 to David Ross. Ross, Hayward, and Baez in the ninth. Allen's 3-1 home, and he loses the leadoff hitter on ball 4. The go-ahead run aboard in the Chicago half of the ninth. There'll be a pinch runner now as Ross is removed in favor of the speedier Chris Coghlan, and that means Miguel Montero will catch the last of the ninth in this game. So Contreras started behind the plate. He was removed when Lester came on with Ross. David Ross leaves the field for the last time as an active major league player after drawing ball 4. Here's Jason Hayward now, 0 for 3 tonight. And all of a sudden, Cody Allen's command at issue.
Hayward 0 for 3, popped out a couple of times. They've beaten him with fastballs tonight. Coghlan at first, just a obviously better base runner, not a real stolen base threat by any means. Just one stolen base during the regular season with the Cubs. He had one with Oakland in 51 games early in the season.
That brief rain shower has dissipated, and it's a ball and a strike to Jason Hayward. You know, the same thing we said of Rajai Davis. All a player can hope for is an opportunity. It remains true for Jason Hayward, whose first year of an 8-year, $184 million deal left a little to be desired. He's got a chance here to break the 6-6 tie with the go-ahead run at first and nobody out. Hayward takes a strike. It's 2-1. Javier Baez waits on deck. He has homered tonight. Jason Hayward has played in the postseason in 5 of his 7 big league campaigns. Coghlan has a big lead. The pitch to Hayward is beaten foul, and it's 2-2.
You could not write a script any better than the one that has played itself out tonight. Starting with a leadoff home run by Dexter Fowler. Kluber goes 4 innings. Hendricks goes 4 2/3. There have been 4 home runs hit, but none bigger than the Rajai Davis 2-run home run off of Aroldis Chapman.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Hayward. Allen with a long set. Breaking ball bounced foul. Jason Hayward hit .245 against major league fastballs this year. That was 32 points under the big league average. He saw the 3rd highest percentage of fastballs in all the game during the regular season. That's the way the opposition went about getting him out. Allen went to a 2-2 breaking pitch. What does he come home with on the next 2-2 offering? Back to a fastball ripped foul.
Well, he hit that one hard, but obviously just trying to get the head out. He's been beaten so frequently by fastballs. He opened up and couldn't keep it fair. He turns, and watch how that front side really opens up, and all he can do is pull it sharply foul. Can't keep it fair.
Another long set and a throw to first where Coughlin's just back.
This is the 7th game of this World Series, and these two teams are separated by a single run for the whole series.
I mean, why not get to the 9th inning of a game 7 tied, right? I mean, this has been a coin flip every step of the way. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jason Hayward.
Got a piece of that breaking ball.
You know, you wonder. I don't know that between Yan Gomes and Cody Allen, they're trying to get cute on Jason Hayward here with the breaking pitches. Not letting him get too comfortable against a fastball. Allen, for his part, threw 40 pitches twice in the Indians division series win against Boston. That was his high total of the year. It's another close check in at first.
Allen last pitched in game 5 in Chicago, pitched an inning and 2/3. He threw 36 pitches in that game.
It's creeping on that number here. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jason Hayward.
Allen's doing a good job of holding the ball. Brian Shaw is standing by ready.
Shaw's been up for a bit. Terry Francona said before the game, if something is needed beyond Miller and Allen, it would be Brian Shaw. Hayward on a couple of hops to second. Kipnis to Lindor. No relay to first. Lindor wisely eating that. It took a little while for that to develop.
Yeah, that's a little bit too far away from second in my mind for Kipnis to backhand it. I think he'd be better off to turn and fire quickly to Lindor. But Lindor, showing knowledge beyond his years, just takes the ball and eats it, not wanting to chance an errant throw. But Kipnis is so far away, and he had trouble getting that ball out of his glove cleanly. By the time he does that, it's a situation where he just kind of leaves Lindor only one option: just take the force out.
The grounds crew just sprung into action. I mean, they came out of nowhere to man the tarp as soon as that out was recorded. And now we have the headsets on behind home plate. You wonder if they're asking about the slide at second base.
Take a look at Lindor here. Coughlin sliding. There's the throw, and you can see he makes contact with it. And he is indeed called out for the double play.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. They go to replay review, and that's a double play.
The Indians are credited with the double play because Coughlin interfered at second base and came out of the baseline on the slide. A rule affectation for 2016 that happened the very first week of the season when Toronto's Jose Bautista was called for sliding out of the baseline. Here we are in Game 7 of the World Series, and after review, now Hayward's coming back out onto the field.
Boy, there's a lot of things going on. You mentioned the grounds crew. There was actually a grounds crew member at second base right after that play. And now Hayward has come back out to take his position at first. Terry Francona is going to make a pitching change.
I mean, there is so much going on here. Hayward is being reinstated at second base. Brian Shaw is being summoned from the bullpen as Allen reaches the end.
This is the head's groundskeeper here, and he's explaining the situation about potential rain on the way.
Oh my goodness. What else? Don't go anywhere. We're quite sure you won't. We'll be right back.
A lot of things going on here in the top half of the ninth inning in the 6-6 game, and this is the call that is reviewed. John Hirschbeck, the second base umpire, and the question was whether or not Lindor was on the base when he caught the ball for the force out. That's the neighborhood play that has been changed with the introduction of replay, and Lindor obviously caught the ball while he was in contact with the second base bag. So he is called out. Coughlin, the pinch runner, out on the force out.
Brian Shaw is the new pitcher for Cleveland as Cody Allen is removed with 1 out and 1 on in a tie game, top half of the ninth. Strike 1 to Javier Baez, who is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts against Shaw in this World Series. Shaw has been very good in the postseason.
This is his 11th appearance. He picked up a win in Game 3 in the LCS at Toronto, and another win in Game 5.
No reliever has made more appearances over the last 4 seasons than Brian Shaw. 299 regular season appearances.
Shaw won that clinching game in Game 5 as the Indians beat the Blue Jays 3-0.
Fastball stays high to Baez. It's 2-1. The irony of what we thought had happened regarding the slide at second base was so impossible to ignore. Chris Coghlan was the runner, and it was Chris Coughlin's slide against Pittsburgh's Jung-Ho Kang that started the dialogue on contact at second base. It's 3 balls and a strike on Javier Baez. As it turns out, they were looking at something completely different, and Hayward's back out there at first base with 1 gone.
The question was whether or not Lindor was still on the bag when he caught the throw from Kipnis for the force out.
Meanwhile, Shaw is falling behind. Hayward runs a swing and a miss throw to second. Bounces away from Kipnis. Hayward's on his way to third. The go-ahead run 90 feet away after a stolen base E2.
John Gomes came into the ballgame as a defensive replacement in the 8th. And now Terry Francona is out of the dugout. Take a look at the throw. It bounces and handcuffs Kipnis. Hayward quickly up and off to third base. Stolen base error on the catcher. And Terry Francona making some defensive changes here. With the go-ahead run 90 feet away, Michael Martinez will come in to play right field. With that, Coco Crisp is out of the game. Brandon Guyer has a much better arm than Coco Crisp. So with the possibility of there being a sac fly, Terry Francona has Martinez and Guyer at the corners in the outfield. Remember, back in the 4th inning, it was a sac fly to the center fielder Rajai Davis that led to the go-ahead run at that point. So they have a little better arm in left and a better arm in right as well.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The infield in for Cleveland now. Go ahead run at third. Shaw's 3-2. Baez bunting, foul, and striking out. Oh my goodness. Joe Maddon wants to live by the sword and die by the sword. He tried to squeeze that run home.
With 2 strikes, the infield is in. Baez homered in the 5th. And you would have thought they would have given him a chance to swing the bat and hit it to the outfield. What a roll of the dice by Maddon. And Shaw with that wicked cutter gets the foul ball. That's strike 3 as he bunts with 2 strikes and fouls it off. Wow, what a gamble. Baez hit a home run to center in the 5th, and now Maddon trying to bunt him home here.
Here's Dexter Fowler now. He has been one of the Chicago lineup heroes in this one. Set the tone with a home run to open the ball game. The first ever game-opening Game 7 home run in World Series history. He's added 2 singles since. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to Dexter Fowler. This is the dangerous part of the Cubs lineup, make no mistake. That's the scene at Wrigley Field in Chicago. They watched the 3-run lead go away in the 8th. 2-0 to Fowler. A 1-hopper up the middle. Lindor gets him. Oh, unbelievable. A ball that looked like it was ticketed for center field and a 7-6 lead. Lindor ranged to his left and made a play to keep the World Series tied.
Lindor with dramatic range goes into the outfield and makes a strong throw to cut down Fowler and keep the go-ahead run from scoring. What a play by the young shortstop.
The Cleveland Indians are going to the bottom of the 9th inning with a chance to win the World Series in walk-off fashion. Aroldis Chapman back out for the bottom half of the 9th.
Incredible.
The Cubs had the go-ahead run at 3rd with 1 away. Joe Maddon tried to squeeze that run home. Javi Baez struck out. Then Dexter Fowler hit a ball back up the middle that Francisco Lindor made a phenomenal play on to set up the Indians for a walk-off World Series win. One of the most amazing nights of baseball that any of us have ever witnessed. Strike 1 to Carlos Santana, top of the order in the Indians' half of the 9th.
Chapman better be careful throwing that slider to Santana down and in. I mean, you saw what happened when Davis had that pitch. Another slider. That tells me that Chapman knows he doesn't have his good fastball.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Too many pitches for Chapman over the last 4 days. Montero into the game behind the plate. The 3rd catcher used.
2 balls and a strike.
3 straight sliders from Chapman.
Chapman came on with 2 out and a runner at 1st in the 8th. He gave up the RBI double to Geyer, the dramatic game-tying home run to Davis. Crisp singled. He ended the inning with a strikeout to Yan Gomes, and then sat around for a rather long top of the 9th. It's 2 balls and a strike to Carlos Santana. 3-1. Takes a strike, a full count.
At the start of this postseason run, the Indians had a meeting held by Terry Francona. He said, Don't ever worry about the score. Just keep playing, because we'll make them use their relief pitchers.
Santana with a high fly ball out to shallow left. And there's one away in the last of the ninth. Let's take a look at tonight's Pepsi play of the game.
Rajai Davis with a man aboard gets a breaking ball down and in from Aroldis Chapman and hits a 2-run home run to tie it at 6-6. Just the third home run surrendered by Chapman all season long, as the Indians were able to score 3 runs in the 8th. Brandon Guyer had double homer run off of Chapman. And then Rajai Davis with 2 strikes. It's the game-tying home run.
Here's Jason Kipnis now. He takes a breaking ball for a strike. Kipnis has singled and scored tonight. He's homered twice in the World Series. He came into Game 7 as Cleveland's hottest hitter. Boy, nothing but sliders from Chapman here in the 9th inning. Montero sets up on the corner. Kipnis into the right field corner. Foul.
So many people questioned Madden's decision to use Chapman in the game last night. He came into the ball game with 2 outs in the 7th, and the Cubs were ahead by 5. And then he pitched him into the 9th. He walked the leadoff man in the 9th. He threw 20 pitches in that game, and the game ended up a 9-3 game. He's thrown 30 pitches in the outing tonight, and he doesn't have a fastball.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Jason Kipnis, who had faced Chapman once in the World Series prior to tonight. Chapman retired Kipnis in this series, 1 for 3 lifetime with a double. Lindor next. The 2-2. And a full count now.
The conversation Francona had about continuing to play. He said, we might force them into using their reliever that they don't want to pitch, and that could serve us well later on in the series.
And it's all playing out tonight. And now Montero goes out for a visit. 32 pitches tonight for Chapman, with a half-inning break mixed in that totaled nearly a half hour.
94 pitches in the last 3 appearances over the course of 4 days. And remember, he had an ankle problem when he retired Lindor at first base on that bang-bang play to end the 7th in last night's game.
The 3-2 fouled away.
85 miles an hour.
There has been 1 Game 7 walk-off home run in World Series history. Famously in 1960, Hall of Famer Bill Mazeroski to walk off the New York Yankees, heavy favorites. Got him swinging. Went back to the fastball, and there are 2 away.
98 miles an hour upstairs. Kipnis, after getting a steady dose of sliders, strikes out on that high fastball. This goes back to his bread and butter, and Kipnis can't catch up to it.
Aroldis Chapman's thrown 13 pitches this inning, only 3 fastballs. And here's Francisco Lindor. First pitch popped him up. Hayward's got it, and Game 7 is going to extra innings in Cleveland tonight. not even 9 can determine a World Series winner to the 10th in a 6-6 tie. Cub fans have not abandoned the cause. The streets around Wrigley Field are absolutely packed, more so than when the series was there over the weekend. A 6-6 tie here in Cleveland. And there has been a, oh my goodness. I mean, and now they're rolling on the tarp. Now a rain delay. You got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. We couldn't even get that note out to you that there have been 4 winner-take-all games in World Series history that required extra innings. The first one back in 1912 was just a sudden death affair. But in 1924, the Senators, in 1991, the Twins, and then the 97 Marlins. Game 7s that went extra innings. Of course, that 97 Marlins win came against the Indians. That would be a cruel trick on this fan base. And Joe Madden getting the latest on the weather from Joe West, who is not the crew chief, by the way, but probably the closest to Joe Madden, that is. And the tarp's on the field. I mean to tell you, what else tonight?
That's the crew chief, John Hirschbeck, talking to Mickey Callaway and the bench coach, Brad Mills. Brian Shaw, the pitcher, in the game as we speak, and now there's going to be a delay as the rains have returned here, and this was a threat. We knew this was a possibility late in the evening, and it's just a few minutes before midnight here in Cleveland, and now a rain delay.
It was a threat the way getting in your car and running out of gas was a threat, because I didn't think it was going to happen tonight. By the way, there's something about Joe Madden and decisive World Series games and rain that seem to go hand in hand. We recall in 2008, Game 5, the eventual series winner for the Phillies against Joe Madden's Rays that year. Rain was a big part of the dialogue, and it changed some of the rules governing rain and the World Series. From that moment on, all World Series games had to be played to a 9-inning or 8.5-inning conclusion. There'd be no rain-shortened finishes as a result of what happened that year. So players are headed for the clubhouses. Bullpens are clear. No one has left Progressive Field, I guarantee you that, though they've all taken cover the best they can, as Mother Nature has thrown a wrench in the proceedings tonight. At almost midnight Eastern, we are in a rain delay and a 6-6 tie before the top of the 10th inning could get started. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
World Series Game 6. In the first inning, Dexter Fowler got it all started against Corey Kluber. He goes deep to center for the first run of the ball game. The Indians tied it with a run in the bottom of the 3rd, and then in the 4th inning, a fly ball to shallow center. Rajai Davis is surprised. Bryant breaks for home, and he slides in safely because of the high tag. In the 5th inning, Javier Baez against Corey Kluber goes deep to center on a high breaking ball. Baez really stayed on that pitch, and then how about this? A wild pitch rocked David Ross to his back, and then 2-run score. Kipnis scores from second on the wild pitch. That was in the 5th. That made it 5-3. David Ross in defensively, then hits a home run in the top half of the 6th off of Andrew Miller. So it's now a 6-3 game. That takes us to the 8th inning. Rajai Davis with a run in and a man on against Aroldis Chapman. It's a slider over the wall at 11-13 for a 2-run home run to tie it at 6-6. And that's where we are now as we are playing into 10th, but in a momentary rain delay.
Boy, not to mention what happened in the top half of the 9th inning when the Cubs put the leadoff hitter aboard on the base on balls. A stolen base, E2, put that runner at third with one away. Joe Madden tried to squeeze that run home on a 3-2 count with Javi Baez at the plate. Baez ended up striking out, and then a magnificent play by Francisco Lindor kept the game tied at 6. And after a scoreless last of the ninth, we are in a rain delay, as Buck mentions. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, and I am no meteorologist, not by a long shot. But I am told there is some really significant weather on its way in here later tonight. So the quicker they can resume play, the better chance they'll be able to get baseball in and determine a World Series winner without further interruption. That rain shower that came that put the tarp on the field is now gone. So I am positive that Major League Baseball officials are in furious consultation with the grounds crew and with the local weather people here to try to figure out the best plan as to when to roll that tarp up.
And they're going to roll it up right now because the rain has stopped. The umpires came out from behind home plate. John Hirschbeck is the umpiring chief. He's the crew chief. And what they're going to do is they're going to take the tarp off and try to resume play before that heavier rain hits the ballpark. But I can tell you, Matt, I'm sure you feel it. It has cooled off dramatically here in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. There is big time rain as nearby as Sandusky, Ohio. And the folks that we've been in consult with here say that it's not far from where we are now. The bad stuff, that is. Seems only appropriate with Bill Murray in the ballpark to say, I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for quite a while. We'll be right back. We are still in a rain delay here at Cleveland's Progressive Field. Game 7 of the World Series. It was tied after the Rajai Davis 2-run home run, the dramatic 3-run comeback in the last of the 8th. And then it looked like Chicago had a golden opportunity to reclaim the lead in the top half of the 9th. After a leadoff walk to David Ross, he was pinch run for. Jason Hayward was the next batter. Hayward reached on a fielder's choice and then stole second. The attempted throw to get him sailed into center field, meaning the Cubs had the go-ahead run at third with only one away. It led us to this plate appearance by Javier Baez. Baez battling. He had homered earlier in the night, and then on the 3-2 count tried to squeeze that run home, bunted it foul. He struck out. A surprise move for everybody in the ballpark except for Joe Madden, who ordered the code red, if you will.
Well, you remember that Madden ordered a bunt for a base hit in Game 5 for Javi Baez, and he orders this bunt, and it's just hard to fathom. I mean, that's a tough thing. Brian Shaw throws a cutter, and you can see Baez very upset. I think he's probably upset more by the fact he was asked to bunt. I mean, he hit a home run to dead center, and all he's got to do is get a ball to the outfield in that situation with the runner just 90 feet away.
And then the bottom of the 9th would have been completed before the rain came. Instead, bottom of the 9th went scoreless in a still 6-6 tie. The rain came and put a temporary hold on the proceedings, though the grounds crew has been very quick to respond and roll up the tarp. And we are very close to the resumption of play. They're expecting the field to be clear and the next pitch to be thrown at roughly 12:15 Eastern time, making for a delay of about 15 minutes. And Brian Shaw still in the dugout wrapped. I mean, now it's a real guess as to pitching the rest of the night. If it's a quick turnaround, which it seems to be, Shaw could be good to go back out there.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's going to go back out and resume this ball game. But should it go longer, I think the next guy we might see for the Indians would be Trevor Bauer.
Yeah.
Trevor Bauer on the 1st of July in Toronto came in, pitched 5 innings of relief in a 19-inning game and ended up the winning pitcher in that game as they beat the Blue Jays in 19 innings. Joe Madden out talking to the umpiring crew about this game, and Joe Madden's going to be subject to a lot of scrutiny.
You bet. I mean,
over the way he's used Aroldis Chapman the last 3 games.
Look, if the Cubs can win tonight, all's fine.
Right.
However, if it doesn't go that way, you make a great point, Buck, for a 103-win team to give away a lead and then make the curious decisions down the stretch. It will be talked about for some time. We're going to take a break. We hope it's our last one before play resumes. We're not going anywhere in a 6-6 Game 7 World Series tie. A 6-6 tie as they are ready to resume play in the top of the 10th inning after a rain delay of roughly 15 minutes. The officials here from Major League Baseball, the umpiring crew, the groundskeepers, the folks that do such a good job at Progressive Field are keenly aware of the window they have. There is big time rain about 45 minutes away. So they did a great job getting the tarp off the field and getting us back to Game 7. It has been an epic night of baseball. Kyle Schwarber scheduled to lead things off in the 10th. It's the meat of the Cubs order: Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo. Brian Shaw will continue. Shaw pitched the 9th, and we're back here in the 10th with ball 1 to Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber 2 for 4 tonight.
Remember, Schwarber hit 5 postseason home runs last year. And it's a miracle he has been able to return and play in this postseason, the World Series.
Schwarber with a sharply hit ball into right, a base hit. The go-ahead run aboard once again for Chicago.
They're going to pinch run for him right now. Albert Almora Jr. will come on to pinch run for Schwarber. This is his 3rd hit of the night. We talked about it being an advantage for the National League team to bring him back here as the DH.
They have not lost faith at Murphy's bleachers in Wrigleyville. Go ahead run at first for Chris Bryant, who has had 2 terrific nights in games 6 and 7. Albert Almora Jr. pinch running at first. The first offering to Bryant misses the corner. This is the 3rd time in the last 4 innings that Chicago has put its leadoff hitter aboard. They did it in the 7th and failed to score, did it in the 9th and came up empty. 1-1 to Bryant. Kyle Schwarber departs. His World Series line is complete. 7 for 17 after not playing since the first week of the regular season. Really an amazing story. He departs for the pinch runner who represents the go-ahead run. And Bryant behind 1 and 2 now. For all the opportunities Chicago has had tonight, they're set up with not only the middle of their order, but a middle of the order that is swinging the bat as well as it has this postseason. Rizzo next. Here's Shaw's 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I would not be surprised if they start the runner in this at bat, just to try to get that runner into scoring position for the next 2 left-handed batters. Rizzo and Zobrist, the switch hitter. Just put him in motion. See if you can't create a hole for Bryant.
Perhaps the Indians thinking along those same lines as they check in with Almora. Shaw's next pitch to Bryant is hit out to center field. It's carrying. Davis is back at the track. A loud first out. Almora tags up and gets to second. The go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 away. Again, the Cubs taking liberties on Rajai Davis's arm.
Good read by Almora. Once he saw the ball was going to be caught in deep center field, he retreats to first, tags up, and advances on the long out. And now indeed they get that base runner into scoring position. Bryant hit it hard and deep to center. Mickey Callaway out to talk about this at bat now. They've got a decision to make. Watch Almora. He reads the ball off the bat, sees Davis is going to make the catch, returns to first to tag, and moves up on the out. Gets himself into scoring position. So now the question for the Indians: do you want to just put Rizzo on and work to Zobrist with 1 out?
Boy, it's really a pick your poison. Ben Zobrist, a switch hitter, due up after Rizzo, so it's not like you'd be playing a matchup. You're just picking the player here if they choose to pass Rizzo. Rizzo's been hot.
Oh, well, and you're giving yourself an opportunity to get a double play and get out of the inning. Rizzo has been hot, and he's been a terrific player. They're going to put him on.
Boy, it's hard to find fault with this.
No, I agree with this.
You know, you try to use that cut fastball of Shaw to get the double play off Zobrist's bat. Rizzo homered yesterday, has an RBI to his credit tonight.
Yeah, you just have to play percentages in this situation, and the percentages suggest you need a double play to get out of this inning here in the 10th.
So it's going to come down to Ben Zobrist, a World Series hero for the world champion Royals last year. And the intentional pass is completed to Rizzo, though that one didn't miss by much. Ben Zobrist has hit into 17 double plays this year. That's the highest total on the Cubs roster, and that's exactly what Brian Shaw is trying to make him do here with first and second and 1 away. This is something Brian Shaw had success with during the regular season. He induced 8 double plays, and that was among leaders. That was among the leading totals, that is, for American League relief pitchers. Here we go. A fastball spins Zobrist around.
Remember, in the 9th inning, Terry Francona brought Michael Martinez into the game defensively to play right because he's got a good arm, and they took Coco Crisp out of left and moved Geyer from right to left. So this is their best outfield defense.
Shaw's 1-0. A strike 1-1 to Ben Zobrist. The Cubs had a pair of 3-run leads in this game. And it's 1-2.
Well, you said Cutter on the outside, and Shaw's got 95. Good job by Gomes to catch it cleanly.
An emergency swing by Zobrist to stay alive. The biggest lead that the Cubs had tonight was 4 runs. 3-run bottom of the 8th inning tied it at 6. Chicago is 4 outs away. Rajai Davis with the dramatic game-tying 2-run home run. Still a ball and 2 strikes to the switch hitting Ben Zobrist. Into the left field corner. Almora coming around to score, and Chicago has reclaimed the lead. The scene outside Wrigley Field. And it feels like there are just as many Cub fans here in Cleveland. And now they'll intentionally walk Addison Russell to keep the double play alive. And face the left-handed hitting catcher Miguel Montero.
What an at-bat by Ben Zobrist to stay on that outside pitch, and he went with it and hit it past the third baseman down into the left field corner. He had a very awkward swing, fouling off a pitch in a similar spot away, but that time he stayed on it and kept it fair to drive home the go-ahead run here in the 10th.
Second intentional walk of the inning.
Pitches away, and he stays right on it, keeps it fair. Down the left field line. Almora, the pinch runner, comes in to score. Rizzo goes first to third, and Zobrist with a big double here. The strategy backfires as Zobrist goes the other way to give the Cubs the lead.
The last time Miguel Montero hit with the bases loaded in the postseason, it was as a pinch hitter in Game 1 of the National League Championship Series, and he hit a grand slam. A ball and no strikes to Montero. It was just the 3rd pinch hit grand slam in postseason history. Jason Hayward on deck. Foul ball.
The infield is playing the infield at the edge of the grass, and I'm going to try to save this extra run here. Rizzo's at third. Bases are loaded, but they can't just play back for a double play, and they've got to try to cut down the runner at the plate.
Is there any chance that it's going through Joe Madden's mind again to bunt?
I hope not.
I mean, a fly ball here again. We said the same thing earlier. A fly ball gives him a 2-run lead in the top of the 10th. And Montero punches a base hit the other way. Rizzo scores to make it 8-6 Chicago. Here comes Terry Francona. Dan Otero had been up, and Dan Otero or Trevor Bauer is being summoned. It's going to be Bauer. He started 2 games in the World Series, and he's going to try to keep any further damage from crossing the plate in the top of the 10th. Only 1 away, bases still loaded, 2 runs in. The Cubs have reclaimed the lead. Miguel Montero cashing in on an RBI single. And we'll be right back. Anthony Rizzo able to score in front of Miguel Montero's RBI single. It gives the Cubs a 2-run extra innings lead. Fire is still hot, as they say. And Trevor Bauer is called on to work in relief tonight. He's made a pair of World Series starts, 0-2 in the postseason with a mid-5s ERA. He's just going to try to get the Indians out of this inning without any further damage in the 10th.
The reason they've gone to Bauer here in this situation with the bases loaded and 1 out is because the batter, Jason Hayward, Bauer struck him out twice in his start on Sunday in Game 5. And that's what they need right here, a strikeout with the bases loaded.
Jason Hayward is hitless tonight and behind 0-1. It was Hayward that reached on a fielder's choice play in the top of the 9th inning. He then stole second and got to third on an errant throw. The Cubs were set up with the go-ahead run at third and 1 away in the 9th. Baez was called to sacrifice bunt to squeeze that run home. He struck out, and then Fowler was robbed on a brilliant play by Lindor. Wave and a miss by Hayward. It's 0-2.
The ball bounced about a foot in front of home plate, and Hayward had committed his swing before the ball ever left Bauer's hand. And that's the matchup Terry Francona went to. Watch the reaction of the hitter. He swings, and look where that ball is. It bounces in the dirt. Nice play by Gomes. Keep that ball close at home.
Bauer started games 3 and 5 of the World Series. Next pitch to Hayward fouled away. Most recently 4 innings of work in the 3-2 loss Sunday at Wrigley. Gave up 3 earned on 6 hits over 4 innings. It all came apart for him in the 4th. 3 brilliant innings for Bauer, and then he hit the wall.
Home run, double, single, single. 3 runs in the 4th inning after the Indians had a 1-0 lead.
Infield again in for Cleveland. Next pitch to Hayward. A swing and a miss. And there are 2 gone here in the 10th.
Another breaking ball does the trick and strikes out Hayward. You can see how far he missed that ball. He's not picking up that breaking ball at all, and he does go around for the strikeout. You can bet they're going to throw some breaking balls to Baez as well.
Javier Baez is homered tonight. First pitch fastball moves him off the plate. It started out with Schwarber's base hit. Albert Almora Jr. came on as a pinch runner. Bryant flied to center on a ball that Almora advanced on. Rizzo was walked. Zobrist doubled in a run, then an intentional walk and an RBI single later, and the bases are still loaded. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Baez, as you saw bullpen activity for Chicago.
Carl Edwards Jr. warming up for the Cubs, and that's a high cutter. Big swing and a miss from Baez. All he needs now is a base hit to add to their 2-run lead. He's going to get another curveball in this at bat.
Cubs president of baseball operations Theo Epstein hanging on every pitch tonight, as all 38,000 in the ballpark have. Boy, and Javier Baez is going right back to his 2014 swings. Some very big passes here.
Head flies off the ball, and that high fastball beats him upstairs.
Javier Baez is one big hit away from making a bottom of the 10th inning comeback almost impossible.
There's the curveball that Baez laid off.
2 balls and 2 strikes. We're for 2 fan bases that have waited since 1908 and 1948 respectively. Extra innings and a rain delay in Game 7 don't seem like a big deal. The 2-2. Baez swings and sends a fly ball into center. Davis is camped under it to retire the side, and the Indians once again have work to do. Their last chance tonight. Napoli, Ramirez, and Geyer. As we go to the bottom of the 10th inning in Game 7 with the Cubs 3 outs away from a World Series win. Two runs in the top of the 10th inning by the Chicago Cubs have them once again on the verge of a World Series title. Carl Edwards Jr. began the year in AAA and didn't get to the big leagues until June. And as you can see, the latest come from behind winner-take-all game win was in the bottom of the 10th inning in 1912 when the Red Sox beat the Giants in a sudden death style walk-off win. Carl Edwards Jr. making his 8th postseason appearance, and I think we can say with certainty this is the biggest appearance of his life.
He has 2 career saves again this year, and obviously the Indians need a base runner.
This was not a matchup that Terry Francona liked at the beginning of the series. Mike Napoli against Carl Edwards Jr. 1 ball and 1 strike now.
The reason it doesn't work for the Indians is Napoli has a tough time catching up to that high fastball, and Edwards Jr. throws it 96 miles an hour.
Napoli, Ramirez, and Geyer last chance for the Indians, last of the 10th. Carl Edwards Jr. was never a blue chip prospect. 48th round draft choice by the Rangers in 2011. Two and 2. Edwards had initially committed to play college baseball for the Charleston Southern Buccaneers because he wanted to play alongside a high school teammate and friend. That teammate died in a car accident, and Edwards instead decided to enter the draft. He strikes out Mike Napoli, and the Cubs are 2 outs away from World Series glory.
Napoli 0 for 5 tonight with 3 strikeouts, and he's their big run producer that hasn't been able to come up with anything big.
Edwards got to the Cubs in 2013 as one of the players that came to Chicago in the Matt Garza trade with the Rangers. Made his major league debut at the end of the season in 2015. A player that began the year in AAA is given the ball to save a World Series win in the 10th inning in Game 7. Oh, and 1 to Jose Ramirez. And that's a foul ball. There have been more twists and turns along the way in this winner-take-all 7th game than we have time to recount. To Ramirez. A ball and 2 strikes now.
There's only one position player that hasn't appeared in this game for either team. That's Jorge Soler. Everybody else has had a role in this game.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Ramirez scored the run in the 8th after singling. That made it a 6-4 ball game. The 2-2 to him is bounced to shortstop. Russell to Rizzo. And the Cubs are 1 out away from their first World Series win in 108 years.
A lot of ups and downs tonight for Joe Madden. They got up early, first batter of the ball game, hit a home run. And then they had a 3-run lead going into the bottom of the 8th. The Indians scored 3, capped off by the Rajai Davis 2-run home run off of Aroldis Chapman.
It'll be Brandon Guyer with 2 gone and the bases empty. Joe Madden got to the World Series as Mike Scioscia's bench coach with the Angels in 2002 and won a ring. It was that year that his father passed away, and Joe has carried his dad's Angels cap with him ever since. He's got it with him tonight. He pulled it out of his bag tonight when we met with him in the office, and it was the old Angels logo, the periwinkle blue. Joe told us he thinks about his dad in moments like this, and I'm sure he'll be on Joe's mind regardless of what the outcome is tonight. It's 3 balls and no strikes now.
Yeah, Joe told us his dad wore that baseball cap around his shop, and he had it tucked in his backpack and put it on his desk because he was talking about his father when he was asked, who are you going to think about tonight in this game?
Rajai Davis is on deck. He hit the game-tying home run in the 8th. The 3-0. Guyer taking all the way, and he might be taking another one too.
Rajai Davis hit the home run in the 8th. He's on deck.
There's ball 4, and Davis will have a shot as the tying run again. Only this isn't the bottom of the 8th. He is the last chance for Cleveland. Chris Bosio comes out. This was the swing that Rajai Davis took in the last of the 8th. After the Indians had made it a 2-run game, Davis tied it with just the 3rd home run allowed by Aroldis Chapman all year, and this place went crazy. Bosio coming out perhaps to give the rookie Carl Edwards Jr. a blow, and maybe just to remind him of what they want to do specifically with Davis. He's the tying run. Guyer's going to run. Nobody cares. He gets into second base. And it's a ball and no strikes to Davis.
Rajai Davis has hit 2 home runs in a game 3 times in his career. Most recently, May 18th at Cincinnati.
Davis with a base hit back up the middle. Here comes Guyer. And it's a 1-run game.
Boy, Rajai Davis put a good swing on that pitch. He stayed right on it, as he was able to cash in Geyer, who took second, and now Madden is out. He's going to make another pitching change. Mike Montgomery, the lefty.
Michael Martinez is the scheduled hitter. It'll be just his third plate appearance of the series. Perhaps one last change of 2016. We'll be right back. Well, the Indians aren't going away quietly. Rajai Davis with a 2-out RBI single to extend their chances tonight, make it a 1-run ball game with 2 out in the 10th.
Rajai Davis delivers a solid single to center, and that knocks Carl Edwards Jr. out of the game. Not so much that he was throwing poorly, but because the left-hander Mike Montgomery has been a starter, and he's got a good chance of keeping Davis put at first, the lefty.
Michael Martinez is a career 197 hitter in 267 career games. He's been a role player his whole career, switch hitter in from the right side. Claimed off waivers by the Indians from the Red Sox roster. Little tapper to Bryant to win the World Series for the Chicago Cubs. "108 years in the making." A Game 7 that will go down in history as one of the best, one of the most compelling, one of the most unpredictable in Major League Baseball history.
Absolutely, when you think about all the twists and turns that occurred in this ball game. John Lester pitching 3 innings after starting on Sunday. Aroldis Chapman giving the tying home run to Rajai Davis in the 8th. And the Cubs just never quit.
Murphy's Bleachers is alive. I don't think it's going to shut down or close probably for what, a year. They're going to stay open around the clock for 12 months. A mob scene outside Wrigley Field in Chicago, where it looks like fans in the Midwest have endured weather in that city as well. The light rain came down tonight, seemed to change things, Buck. The Indians had all the momentum. The rain delayed the proceedings in the top half of the 10th. And the Indians, who fought back valiantly tonight despite a pair of deficits, won as big as 4 runs. They tied it at 6. They would lose in 10.
Brian Shaw closed out the 9th inning at a strikeout and a terrific defensive play from his shortstop, but then the rain delay seemed to take the steam out of his pitches, and the Cubs were able to score 2 runs on 3 hits in the 10th. And the irony is, Aroldis Chapman picks up the win.
.103 wins during the regular season. It doesn't happen all the time that the winningest team claims the Commissioner's Trophy. But that was the destiny of the 2016 Chicago Cubs.
The first team since the Pirates in '79 to win 2 games on the road to come back from a 3-1 deficit.
They were the class of the league all season long. John Lester wins his 3rd ring. A young nucleus of largely homegrown players that will be a factor in the National League for what many folks feel will be years to come.
And how about the story in the capper on a 15-year career for David Ross? He comes into the game and hits a home run in his final game.
That's how it ended. The final out tonight. 4 hours and 28 minutes of Game 7 dramatics. Nothing comfortable about the way the Cubs won it tonight. They had to earn every bit of it.
Well, you know what? And I think these 2 teams were so evenly matched throughout the 7-game series, and you can't take anything away from the Cubs. They had a great season all year long. They earned this championship for sure. And Joe Maddon, he was able to put this team in a frame of mind that made them believe they were the best team in baseball, and they proved it with their win tonight.
Chris Bryant, likely MVP winner in the National League. We'll learn the results of that voting in a week or so. He celebrates a World Series title in just his 2nd year in the big leagues, as the Chicago Cubs celebrate. The coaching staff embraces. The front office raises a cheer. And an extended nation of long-suffering Cubs fans can finally celebrate. The Chicago Cubs, 2016 World Series champs. We'll be back. There's a little matter of who will be the MVP and more celebratory pictures from Cleveland next. The Chicago Cubs are 2016 World Series champions as they prevail in an epic Game 7. That's the cap that we mentioned, the cap that belonged to Joe Maddon's late father, his Angels cap that he wore around when Joe was bench coach for the 2002 Angels and they won a World Series. Joe lost his father that year. He's got his dad's cap on, and you better believe he's on his mind right now as Joe celebrates along with a nation full of Cub fans that have waited a lifetime, literally 2 lifetimes, for this moment.
What a marvelous tribute to Joe's father for him to wear that hat onto the field, and the first time the Cubs have won since 1908. And the stars were all aligned this season. They won more games than anybody in baseball. And it took 7 games and extra innings, but they become the World Series champions here tonight.
You know, there are only a couple of handfuls of living people that were around when the Cubs won the last World Series title in franchise history. I mean, it's something that we can honestly say that none of us, people we don't know, we've never seen it. And boy, I mean, there might have been a 50-50 fan base here in Cleveland tonight. They're not going to leave Wrigleyville anytime soon. Those are pictures outside Wrigley Field. Here inside Progressive, the Cub fans have all remained. They want to see the MVP presentation. Man, it's just, I mean, they came back. They were down 3-1. Let's remember that. Just the 6th team rather, to ever come back from a 3-1 World Series deficit. They were dead in the water after Saturday's game at home.
Yeah, and it didn't look like they were going to escape Chicago. And the Indians took 2 of 3, and we must acknowledge the Cleveland Indians in their outstanding season as well. But a disappointing end to their season, and the Cubs hung in there, and they got a terrific effort from Kyle Kluber in Game 6. Excuse me, Jake Arrieta in Game 6. Went 5 2/3, and then in this game, Hendricks started it, followed him by Lester, Chapman, Edwards, and Montgomery to wrap it up.
It's anybody's guess as to who the series MVP will be. But when we come back from another short break, the MVP trophy presentation. The Chicago Cubs are 2016 World Series champs. Well, Cubs fans making themselves comfortable along the outfield wall and everywhere else here at Progressive Field. They don't mind putting their feet up on the furniture tonight to celebrate a 108-year World Series title drought. Worth the wait, if you ask the likes of Eddie Vedder and some of the other celebrity fans that have been here all series and, in fact, all season long. You talk to the Cubs, and guys like Eddie Vedder and Bill Murray have been with them every step of the way. I mean, this is something, Buck, for Ernie Banks, for Billy Williams, for some of the all-time greats in our game that spent a lifetime with the Cubs and never achieved this moment. There's a section of this, an element of this that's for them as well. Almost ready for the MVP presentation, and in a moment we'll be sending it down to Kevin Burkhardt of Fox Sports for that. If I'm going to ask you your best guess, series MVP for the Cubs, I mean, there are a handful of candidates.
Yeah, and you talk about Bryan and Rizzo. They got hot at the end, but the overall leader in RBIs was the shortstop who had the big game in Game 6, Addison Russell. He drove in 6 runs with the grand slam, and I think that was the real turning point when he hit that grand slam. It just kind of made everybody relax in that dugout for Chicago, and then they carried that momentum into this Game 7. So I would venture a guess it may be Addison Russell, the young shortstop.
Well, a little while ago, David Ross, who hit a big home run tonight, his final major league game, capping off a 15-year career, they carried him off. That's David Ross being propped up. You can see him in the middle of your screen. There are tears of joy all around Cubs Nation tonight. What a moment for David Ross.
Well, he got to take out the lineup card to start this game, and Joe Madden gave him that opportunity to make it a very memorable evening, the start of this game. Then he came in with John Lester when Lester came on in relief, and then for a final perfect piece to the puzzle that's lasted 15 years, Ross hit a home run in his first at bat in the 6th, the dead center.
I mean, he would be a sentimental nominee for series MVP. I think John Lester will get some consideration. Yes, he lost Game 1, but it was his Game 5 performance that kept the series alive for Chicago. And then he had some valuable innings tonight to hold the lead and leave the Cubs in pretty good shape. So for the official presentation of Series MVP, Fox Sports, Kevin Burkhardt.
Okay, Joe Buck, thank you very much. This Cubs clubhouse is fired up and ready to go. The commissioner, Rob Manfred, is here. We've got the commissioner's trophy. And let me introduce who's with me up here from the Cubs. Tom Ricketts is here, the owner and executive chairman. We've got Theo Epstein, the president of baseball ops, Crane Kennedy, president of business ops down there, Jed Hoyer, the general manager, and of course, Joe Madden, the manager. I think we have some hard work to present, Commissioner. Why don't we do that?
We do indeed. It is an honor to present the World Series trophy, and this one is really historic. Your fans waited 108 years, and you delivered in style with an amazing comeback from down 3-1. So Tom, Theo, Crane, Jed, and Joe, congratulations.
Tom, what does it feel like to hold this right now?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, I just think about, so many millions of people giving so much love and support to this team for so many years. To finally pay them back, it's all for the fans. I give all the credit to the players, Joe and his great coaching staff, Theo and Jed, all the hard work they did, everything Crane did for the ballpark and the business and the neighborhood. Man, it's a team effort, and we're just happy to have this. Thank you so much.
I know you had a great vision, and I know you certainly hope, but now you can officially say it. The Cubs are World Series champs. How does that sound to you?
I just want to say this real quick. Hey, the Cubs are World Series champions! Feels pretty good. First time I've said it.
I'd say so. Go enjoy it, Tom.
First time I've said it. It feels pretty good. Thanks.
Let's bring in Theo. Come on in, Theo. Congratulations to you. I'll pass that over. I just have to know, you're watching this in the stands, and what are you thinking? How are you surviving this heart attack game tonight?
It's fitting. It's got to be done with one of the best games of all time. Just unbelievable. And what a testament to our players, their grit. When we gave up the lead and then during the rain delay, I walked by the strength and conditioning room. They were all gathered around saying, like, this is only going to make it sweeter, boys. Let's grind, here we go. And they went out and had an unbelievable inning, scored 2 runs. But first, got to congratulate the Cleveland Indians, the Dolan family, Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff, Terry Francona, incredible postseason manager, great organization, phenomenal year. What a battle this whole series and tonight. But our fans deserve this. Our players deserve this. Chicago Cubs are world champions.
Theo, what do you think Chicago's like right about now?
I can't wait to go back. We don't need a plane to fly home, but our fans just deserve it so much. And all the former Cubs, everyone. This is for so many people. Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Billy Williams, who's still here to come celebrate with us tomorrow when we see him. We're bringing the trophy home to you guys. It's been a century in the making, and no one deserves it more than Cub fans, Cub players, the Cubs organization. Tom Ricketts, our scouts, player development guys, Joe, the coaches, the staff. Unbelievable job. What can I say?
Theo, congratulations. Enjoy it. That's Theo Epstein. We're going to get Joe. Joe, come on in here. Joe Madden, the manager. That looks good in your arms, Joe. How does it feel for you?
It's the baby. It's your first baby. It's pretty incredible standing here among all of our guys. This is why this has all happened. There's a tough game, obviously, the way they came from behind. We kind of regrouped during the rain delay, and this group never quits, just like they had just said. So give our guys all the credit in the world. A phenomenal bunch of professionals.
Well, as you look at these guys right here who are all staring at you, ready to party,
yeah,
what are you most proud about of what you've accomplished?
You just heard him say we never quit. I'm really proud of the attitude, the culture that we've created here, obviously. I think it's something that can carry us for many, many years to come. Just like in the past, not having won a World Series trophy in 108 years, I think this year is the breakthrough year. So now that standard of excellence could be carried through for many years to come.
Joe, emotionally, how do you hang in this game? I mean, there was a heart attack every 10 minutes.
Well, you got to try. Everything was going perfectly until Davis hit the home run. And then all of a sudden you have to really go to plan B, C, and D. But our guys are there all the time. There's no, like I said, there's no quit in the dugout. The conversation was great. It was incredible. It's incredible to be part of that whole moment.
When do you think, we'll let you go, when do you think it will settle in? I don't know if it's fully hit you. The Cubs have won the World Series.
I promise you, RV Drive, me and Jay are going to be heading back down south pretty soon. I will take it all in at that point. I know we have the parades coming up and all that kind of great stuff, but it'll hit me then. Last point, listen, I want to congratulate Tito and the Indians. I have so much respect for him and them. A great series, great season for them, absolutely. So I just want to make sure that I put that out there too. They're fantastic.
Joe, wonderful. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Joe Madden. And this Cubs clubhouse is fired up as you would expect. It's now time for the Most Valuable Player Trophy presented by Chevrolet. Let's bring in the commissioner again.
This year's most valuable player in the World Series is Ben Zobrist. Ben, you had a great series, and as everyone remembers, a crucial hit tonight, so there's a piece of hardware for you.
You've done this a couple years in a row. It's pretty hard to do. What does this one feel like compared to last year?
It's unbelievable. I can't even put it into words. What this team has battled through all year long, and believing that we're the best team, but the ups and the downs and having to fight through things. I mean, it's an unbelievable team to be a part of. Every guy on this team roots for each other, takes care of each other, and picks each other up, and that's what we did during that rain delay.
Ben, I have to ask you about the at-bat, the game-winning hit there, and you had 2 strikes. You had one defensive swing, kind of stay alive. But just how do you calm yourself in that moment, and what are you thinking against Shaw there in the 10th?
Well, you know, I know he throws a pretty hard cutter, and I was just battling. Obviously, I swung at a ball with 2 strikes and just barely hung in there in the at-bat, and fortunately he put one close enough to the plate where I could just slap it down the line down there. I mean, I have to thank Riz, because I never would have been in that situation if he wasn't such a good player.
Ben, hang on. We have a surprise for you. We're going to bring in Paul Edwards, Vice President for Chevrolet, and Paul's got a little surprise for you, right, Paul?
Thanks, Kevin. Hey, Ben, congratulations. An amazing performance tonight and all through the series. And I just want to say on behalf of Chevrolet, our 3,100 Chevy dealers across the country, and kids that play Chevy Youth Baseball, we want to honor you. Look at it on the screen there, with a 50th anniversary Chevy Camaro that's out on the field right now. Congratulations, man.
Wow, thank you. Oh my, look at that thing. Oh my goodness, that's unbelievable. Oh man, I'm gonna have to take everybody in a ride in that thing for sure. That's unbelievable.
I have a feeling, Ben, if you drive that thing around Chicago, you'll never have to buy another meal the rest of your life.
Oh my goodness, I can't wait.
Go enjoy it with your teammates. Ben Zobrist, the most valuable player here in this World Series, and we'll see if there's any other players we can grab up here. They're celebrating, enjoying this trophy presentation right now. Any other players we can get up here? Here's Anthony Rizzo. Maybe we can say hello to Anthony. Hey, Anthony, want to say a word real quick? For sure. Come on up. We had a great piece. You were Mike during the game, and you talked about how you were a glass case of emotion. That was like in the 5th inning. So how in the world were you holding it together later?
I don't know. It's the best game I've ever been a part of. It's the best game I've ever seen, really. Just what a team. We started this year as a heavy favorites, and we went wire to wire all year as the best team in baseball. And the Indians did one heck of a job competing with their injuries, but this is the best feeling in the world.
Before I let you go, you were here when this team wasn't very good. You know, you've been here a while now, and you've seen the transition slowly to this point. What is it like now to be on top?
Oh my God, it's the best feeling in the world. You know, a lot of people have written us off. A lot of people have written us off this series, last series. So for us to come back 3-1 and win and finish this off in extra innings, it's the best rain delay of all time.
You believe you're world champs?
We're world champions for the rest of our lives.
Not bad. Anthony, congratulations. Go enjoy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anthony Rizzo and the Chicago Cubs are World Series champions. Unbelievable. That's it from the clubhouse. Let's go back upstairs.
Anthony Rizzo. Well, there were heavy favorites this year, as Anthony Rizzo mentions. They were the first to clinch. They won more games than any team in baseball. None of that guarantees World Series glory, but the Cubs are able to finish the job. Their first World Series title since 1908. The longest drought in North American sports is over. Congratulations to the Cubs.
Absolutely, and they had a terrific mix of veteran players, John Lester, David Ross. They came on big time. Of course, the MVP, Ben Zobrist, back-to-back World Series appearances for him. But the kids Now they understand what's at stake. Now I think the Cubs are going to put together a string of years. Addison Russell, Javi Baez, Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo. They have a terrific core of homegrown talent that can ride the momentum of this World Series championship for several years down the road.
Been a pleasure bringing the World Series to you back home, wherever you may be. Buck, pleasure working with you. I hope folks at home enjoyed it as much as you and I enjoyed bringing it to people. Congratulations to the Chicago Cubs. That's a wrap on the 2016 World Series and the 2016 Major League Baseball season. Thanks to everybody for joining us. The Cubs are World Series champs as we leave you with some of the sights and sounds of Game 7.